Chapter 1172. Han Fei stood there for quite a while and saw that the Life Queen was stirring the soil and watering it. Wait a minute. Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. What's that? Is that a Taoist aura? Tao aura and spirit awakening fluid were two completely different things. If it had to be related, it was because the mysterious Tao, if diluted, might produce a large amount of spirit awakening fluid. The Life Queen didn't ignore him. Although she didn't look back, she said in a low voice, "No one can enter the Yin heaven, right?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. However, the other party was a king tier. He could brag in front of a group of children, but he had to brag in front of a king. Han Fei said calmly, "Yes, no one can enter yet." The Life Queen continued, "The Waterwood sky is quite close to the Yin sky. You said that there was a great battle between venerables a few years ago, so it should be true. 3 venerables perished? The humans are at war with the Sea tribe?" Han Fei was shocked. "You even know this?" Han Fei bit the bullet and said, "It's not that human beings started a war with the Sea race. It's just that some greedy venerables were stirring up trouble in order to compete for the opportunity to become a king. So I killed a few of them." "Destroy it?" The Life Queen slowly turned around. Her delicate face, which was like a hibiscus emerging from clear water, dazzled Han Fei. If one really had to describe it, it would be that her skin was smooth and creamy, her aura was like an orchid, her hands were soft and supple, and her body was delicate and charming. His eyes were like an ancient well without any ripples, deep and soul-stirring. As soon as their eyes met, Han Fei's brain slowed down, and he was a little stunned. At this moment, Han Fei's heart seemed to be knocked by someone, and he finally came back to his senses. The old tortoise's voice seemed illusory as he reminded, "Your strength is too low. Unless the king is willing, you cannot look straight at the king." The Life Queen was slightly surprised. Han Fei seemed to be shaken by some kind of power and came back to his senses. However, the Life Queen didn't really mind. She only said indifferently, "You're young, but you talk big. It's not like you were the one who killed them." Sure enough, humans have always been like this. Although they were the most suitable creatures for cultivation, they were also the creatures with the most complicated thoughts. "I think this matter has something to do with you, right?" Han Fei lowered his head, not because he wanted to lower it, but because he couldn't look at it directly. Han Fei smiled bitterly. It seemed like he couldn't hide anything from a king-tier expert. Seeing Han Fei's reaction, the Life Queen continued, "Your father came once and asked for 2 things and a promise from me. But the price has fallen on you. Listen to me first." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "What?" "I'll return the item that old Han asked for." Han Fei's expression remained unchanged, and he listened humbly. The Life Queen said, "The promise he made to me was that if anyone from the Yin heaven comes in the future, I must help them unconditionally as long as they don't harm the Waterwood heaven. And the price is that this person needs to help Shui Mutian completely eliminate the threat of the Sea race." Han Fei frowned. This old Han must have thought this through before setting up the trap. He knew that if he wanted to become a king, he would have to stand against the aristocratic families. Therefore, he had sought an escape route in advance in the Shui heaven. However, was this price enough to help Shui Mutian completely resolve the threat of the Sea race? That would be a bit difficult for him now. On the Yin heaven, he hadn't even taken care of the 10,000 Demon Valley yet. Maybe there would be another royal city later. What about Shui Mutian? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Queen, what kind of Sea race threats are there in Shui Mutian?" The Life Queen smiled lightly. "The 2 Sea race royal cities are guarded by at least 1 deep sea giant demon." Wow. Han Fei was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked up. He had forgotten that he could look at a king-tier expert directly this time. Anyway, he was shocked. Deep sea giant demon? The Life Queen nodded, folded her hands, and looked at Han Fei. Once the two royal cities are destroyed, the other troubles will no longer be troubles. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. What do you mean? Apart from the deep-sea giant demon, there are other troubles? Han Fei didn't feel good. Is old Han trying to trick me? The deep-sea giant demon. That's a super expert equivalent to a king-tier expert. If I had this ability, why would I need to come to the Waterwood heaven to make a breakthrough? As if knowing what Han Fei was thinking, the Life Queen smiled faintly. Don't worry, I don't want you to take action now. You just need to agree to this matter now. Your father bet that you will become a king-tier expert. So as long as you dare to agree, you must complete this matter if you want your path to be smooth. Otherwise, your path as a king will be cut off. Gulp. Han Fei took a deep breath and asked in confusion, Do you believe that I can become a king-tier expert? The Life Queen said indifferently, Before, I only heard about your father's plans. Now that I've met him in person, I can take a gamble. Anyway, what your father wants and this promise are not difficult for me. Han Fei understood. In other words, old Han knew very well that if he could really become a king-tier expert, the reward he would give would be far greater than what Shuemu Heaven paid. Han Fei smiled bitterly. Since things have come to this, I'll agree. It was not his turn not to agree. Old Han had already taken his things, and Shuemu Heaven had also come over. He had basically done all three things. How could he go back on his word? The Life Queen continued to fiddle with a red flower in front of her. The flower shook its body, but she said casually, How long can you stay in Shuemu Heaven? Han Fei thought for a moment. 3 years at most. The Life Queen nodded slightly. I'll give you 3 years. During this period, you can freely break through to the Explorer level and integrate into any domain of Shuemu Heaven. However, Shuemu Heaven will not participate in the Battle of Inyang Heaven in 3 years. That's your business, and it's also a test for you. Han Fei made up his mind. Okay. Jing the maidservant who had led the way for her just now, had silently appeared beside her. Your Majesty. While fiddling with the flowers and plants, the Life Queen said indifferently, Take him to the human territory and give him the venerable token. In the future, he can do whatever he wants, but he doesn't have to deliberately help him. After saying that, the Life Queen thought for a moment and said to Jing, when Han Fei transcends the tribulation, you will personally protect him. Jing was shocked and looked at Han Fei in astonishment. Who on earth is this person? A peak-level law enforcer with a venerable token? And he can do whatever he wants? Does he need me to protect him during a tribulation? However, Jing immediately replied respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. Okay, go. Jing looked at Han Fei. Let's go. After leaving the courtyard, Han Fei glanced at this place. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to take a look at the entire Shuemu Heaven. However, Han Fei was sure that there were definitely a lot of strong masters here. Besides, Shuemu Heaven also used corpse puppets. Inyang Heaven also used corpse puppets. Why? Jing asked, What are you looking at? Han Fei smiled and said, Nothing. I'm just curious about how to refine corpse puppets. Jing chuckled. Corpse puppets? Think about it when you become a king. Han Fei was not in a hurry to know the answer. What he really wanted to ask was why there were so many corpses in the Immortal Palace. What was the purpose? However, since it involved the Immortal Palace, he had to wait until he obtained the Inyang Palace. Before this, everything was boolsh *t, swish, swish. When Han Fei and Jing came out together, the venerable bat was slightly surprised. The red falcon's eyes widened. What's going on? The red falcon hurriedly folded its wings and said respectfully, Emissary Jing. The venerable bat also slightly lowered its head and saluted. This shocked Han Fei. Damn, didn't you say that there was only one maid? Why did the venerable bow to you? Jing glanced at Han Fei smugly and then pretended to be profound. Well, You don't have to worry about Han Fei. From now on, just treat him as a member of the Shuemu Heaven, and he can do whatever he wants." The venerable bat looked at Han Fei curiously and said lightly, "Can I enter and exit the immortal palace?" Jinger said, "No, unless I bring him here." The red falcon looked at Han Fei a few more times, a little jealous. This kid can enter the immortal palace as soon as he arrives? How lucky did he get? After the venerable bat and the red falcon left, Jinger handed Han Fei a square token, on which was engraved a bright red fruit in the shape of a water droplet. What kind of material was the token made of? As soon as Han Fei took it, he felt refreshed. If he was not mistaken, this thing seemed to be able to promote the cultivation of the divine soul. Jinger said, "There are only 73 venerable tokens in the entire Waterwood Fairy Palace. Their quality is comparable to sea-quelling bizarre treasures, and only kings can destroy them. Do you know about the sea-quelling bizarre treasure?" Han Fei thought to himself, "Not only do I know, but I also have more." Han Fei couldn't help but nod. "I know." Jinger smiled and said, "That's good. This item can recognize its master, but after 3 years he would need to take it back. It was better to wear it now. However, don't use it carelessly, and don't use the Venerable One's token as you please to order the creatures of the Waterwood Heaven." "Got it." Only then did Jinger urge, "Let's go. Come with me to the human race." It seemed that after leaving the immortal palace, Jinger was in a good mood. She took Han Fei to another teleportation array on a tree trunk. Only then did Han Fei realize that there were many teleportation arrays here. At a glance, there were more than 100 teleportation arrays. Seeing his expression, Jinger said, "What's there to be surprised about? The Cloud Sea God tree was huge, so it was more convenient to use the teleportation array. Forget it, I'll tell you. First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter." Chapter 1173. On the way to the human race, Jinger briefly told Han Fei about the layout of the Waterwood Heaven. It turned out that there were also 4 battlefields in the Waterwood Heaven, namely the Realm of Ice, the Sea of Flames, the Dark Warport, and the Whole Sea. Among them, ordinary people would usually train and hunt in the Realm of Ice and the Whole Sea. The Sea of Flames and the Dark Warport were the most dangerous places in the Waterwood Heaven. It was said that there were battles with sea demons all year round. In the Sea of Flames there was a wall of flames, which was a barrier to divide the battlefield. In the Dark Warport there was a place called the Fearless Barrier, which was said to be guarded by many strong masters. Han Fei was not very curious about these things. He was here to seek a breakthrough. There was no need to run to other people's battlefields to make trouble. It was better to find a place to make a breakthrough quietly. That was the right way. Swish! When the teleportation array flashed, Han Fei landed directly on an extremely thick tree trunk. In the distance, the trees were dense and the sunlight couldn't fully shine in, so it looked a little gloomy. As far as Han Fei could see, there seemed to be all kinds of strange-shaped tree houses in the distance, in addition to the relatively open area where he was now. Some houses were hung on the tree trunks by vines. Some tree houses were even built on leaves. There were only a few people he could see. As soon as Han Fei and Jinger appeared, someone immediately scanned them. Hiss! Envoy Jinger? Swish! With a whoosh, someone appeared on the tree trunk plaza. The man said in surprise, "Envoy Jinger, why are you here?" As he spoke, the man's pupils suddenly constricted, and he stared at Han Fei blankly. The first thing he noticed was Han Fei's face, and then he was stunned by the venerable token hanging on Han Fei's waist. Hiss! Human. Human race? Jinger raised her head and said, "Lu Lihan? Where are Wu Shangshui and Yi Chen?" The handsome Lu Lihan quickly came back to his senses. "Oh, Venerable Snow and Master Yu Chen went to inspect the human race. Should I call them back?" Jinger nodded. "Call them back. By the way, inform all the peak-level explorers to come." Lu Lihan was startled. She looked at Han Fei again and thought to herself, what's going on? Lu Lihan's voice was slightly heavy. Envoy Jing, please wait a moment. Whoosh! After Lu Lihan left, Han Fei asked in surprise, are all the people here so handsome? Jinger tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. Am I handsome? Anyway, this is the first time I've seen someone as ugly as you. Han Fei really wanted to slap himself. Why did he mention this? Wasn't this asking for a blow? Jinger giggled. All right, I won't tease you. The people of the Waterwood Heaven should be living on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree all year round, so it's normal for the humans here to be different from the humans on your side. Once you become an explorer, it would be very easy to make yourself more handsome. You should be able to do it now, right? Han Fei mumbled. I think I'm pretty good right now. Pooh, where does your confidence come from? Han Fei rolled his eyes, feeling that chatting with Jinger was not stressful at all. However, chatting with the Life Queen was too stressful. However, he heard Jinger say, all right, when you get back, you should familiarize yourself with the Cloud Sea Divine Tree for a few days. When you need to transcend the tribulation, you just need to call me through the Venerable Token, because this is my Venerable Token. Cough, cough, cough. Han Fei staggered. F***CK Jinger is a venerable? Han Fei didn't feel good again. She looks like a little girl, but she's actually a venerable? Are you going to give me a hard time? Han Fei tried to keep his face calm. Okay, if I transcend the tribulation here, do I have to leave the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Jinger nodded. Of course. Who dares to transcend the tribulation on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Do you want to die? You're not familiar with the outer waters of the Waterwood Heaven, so other people won't protect you. After you get to know this place, you can choose where to transcend the tribulation. Swish, swish. While the two of them were talking, they saw a beautiful and cold beauty suddenly appear in front of them. Following that, shwa, 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 handsome men and beautiful women appeared one after another. Some took teleportation arrays, and some directly toward the void. At a glance, those faces, oh my God! Han Fei felt a little uncomfortable. Jinger smiled slightly. Shwa, I brought you a person. The great beauty who appeared first looked like an elf in a movie. She had fair skin, shoulder-length short hair, aqua blue eyes, and normal ears. This made Han Fei realize that the coldness of beautiful women could usually be combined with valiance. Her posture was not worse than Shimin Linglin's, and her appearance was even better than Shimin Linglin's. Han Fei murmured to himself, this must be the Wushang Shui that Jinger mentioned, also the human Venerable Snow. Looking at the others, some of them didn't conceal their auras, which was definitely the standard of peak-level explorers. However, there were only 10 people here. 1 venerable and 9 peak-level explorers didn't seem to be a lot. After all, there were 72 venerables in the Waterwood Heaven. Logically speaking, there should be more than 1 human venerable. Sure enough, Wushang Shui said, Jinger, what do you mean? If there's anything, you only come to me. Everyone else is dead, right? Han Fei seemed a little impatient when he heard this. It seemed that Jinger brought him here on purpose. Jinger jumped to Wushang Shui's side, hugged her arm, and said, Oh, I'm the closest to you. Oh, his name is Han Fei from the Yin-Yang Heaven. In the future, he will stay in the Waterwood Heaven for 3 years. So I directly brought him here. Needless to say, Wushang Shui and the others had already been looking at Han Fei. Wushang Shui was surprised. The Yin-Yang Heaven? Is that road open? Jinger said coquettishly, No, he's special, so I came here. Wushang Shui looked at Han Fei in confusion. A peak-level law enforcer? Why did you give him your venerable token? Jinger said, The Queen asked me to give it to him. Wushang Shui's eyes narrowed. You mean this person has been to the Divine Palace? Yes, yes. Han Fei slightly cupped his hands. Greetings, Venerable Snow and everyone else. Someone wondered, Emissary Jing, this person came here from the Yin heaven just to stay here for 3 years. Jing said casually, Han Fei is here to transcend the tribulation and familiarize himself with the camp of the waterwood heaven in advance. He will come to help in the future. Him? What? A peak-level law enforcer? The group of people frowned as if they didn't think highly of Han Fei's strength at all. Wu Shui said lightly, What do you need me to do? Take him with me? Jing shook her head. No, Han Fei can go anywhere in the waterwood heaven. Just arrange someone to teach him about the waterwood heaven. Han Fei was a little embarrassed. These people didn't seem to take him seriously. How could they underestimate him? Damn it, I'm just not as good-looking as you. Do they have to? Wu Shui narrowed his eyes and said, Oh, he can go anywhere. Is he very strong? Jing looked at Han Fei. He should be very strong. Wu Shui glanced at a handsome young man next to him. Yu Chen, suppress your strength to the level of a peak-level law enforcer and fight with him. Hearing this, Jing immediately exclaimed and said, That's not good, is it? Yu Chen is about to become a venerable. Wu Shui said lightly, It's okay. He must be extraordinary to be treated so well by the queen. If he can't even compare to Yu Chen, how can he help the waterwood heaven? The handsome man said with a smile, How do you want to fight? Fight here, or go to the great illusionary land. Wu Shui glanced at Han Fei. The great illusionary land. Seeing that Han Fei was dumbfounded, Jing immediately said, The great illusionary land is also known as the Dream Trial Field. It's a special ability of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. You just need to press a Cloud Sea leaf and sink your mind into it, and you will appear in the great illusionary land. Han Fei grinned slightly. Well, can I say something? Everyone looked at Han Fei, thinking, What else do you need to say? Could it be that he was afraid? Han Fei smiled and said lightly, You may not be able to beat me at the level of a peak-level law enforcer. You'd better suppress your strength to the level of an explorer, preferably an intermediate one. Han Fei was just stating a fact. These people had no idea how strong he was now. After 4 years of accumulation, his perception range had reached more than 1,200 kilometers, and his strength had grown from 54 waves to 76 waves, an increase of more than 20 waves. Sure enough, everyone had different reactions. They were all very shocked. Hiss! What? A woman said with an ugly expression, You're Han Fei, right? You have to know that you're facing a powerhouse who is about to become a venerable. It's okay for young people to be a little arrogant. We know you have some talent, but don't be too arrogant. Wu Shui glanced at that person, and the latter shut up. Wu Shui looked at Han Fei and said seriously, Everything in the great illusionary land is real. Even your body will feel real. If you're really seriously injured, your soul will also be shaken. You just need to be sure. Han Fei sneered in his heart. In a sense, I represent the future king of the Yin heaven. It's not an exaggeration to say that I'm the strongest in the Yin heaven. How can I lower the prestige of the Yin heaven at this moment? Han Fei smiled slightly. No, I'm used to fighting like this. Yu Chen, however, smiled and said in a very gentle voice, Okay, in that case, let's fight like this. Jing blinked her eyes, quite curious. A guy who can win the queen's favor must have some ability. There were many people in the great illusionary land. If Han Fei could face Yu Chen without being defeated, it would be enough to shock the major clans of the waterwood heaven. Wu Shui glanced at the leaves in the sea of clouds and said, Choose a random leaf and sit on it. I'll wait for you in the great illusionary land. Swish, swish. Almost with a swish, these people disappeared in front of him, and each sat on a leaf. Han Fei grinned. This is a fight. I'm not a coward. Then Han Fei appeared on a leaf, sank his mind, and scanned the leaf with his soul. All of a sudden, an extremely mysterious feeling appeared. When he reappeared, he found himself standing on an incomparably large square. But looking around, he could still see the huge branches. He was still on the tree. It's a bit amazing. Am I in the soul of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Not far away, in addition to Wu Shui and Jing, there were creatures of other races. A few big bluebirds, some spider monsters, and a few large horned beetles were looking at this side curiously. Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1174. Because he had been to the ideal palace before, he was not surprised by this kind of illusion, but he was very skeptical about the absolute safety of this place. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Jing. If my soul is destroyed here, will there be any danger in reality? Wu Shui was a little surprised. Are you talking about soul skills? Han Fei slightly nodded. Whether it was the void lines or the 100-beast soul suppressing howl, they were not weak. They were both powerful killing weapons that could strangle one's divine soul. What if they really used it in the heat of battle? Who would be the one to blame in the end? Jinger said, "Don't worry, I'll tell the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. You can fight without worry." However, he saw that Jing had her eyes closed, as if she was communicating with something. After a full 10 breaths, she finally opened her eyes. "All right, if necessary, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree will act. So, you don't have to worry about any accidents." Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that it's not so safe in this grand illusionary land. Once their souls were destroyed, even if they weren't directly killed, they would definitely suffer extremely heavy injuries. Yu Chen still had a smile on his face, but he no longer underestimated him. Since the other party said so, it meant that Han Fei had a soul attack method. A soul attack technique that even the great illusionary land could not withstand was naturally not to be underestimated. Not far away, the beetles that were colliding with each other couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this Static Messenger? Ah, why is Revered Snow here? Chirp, come quickly. There's a big battle here." Suddenly, Jing shouted from afar, "No one is allowed to come within 10 li of this place." Jing shout attracted some of the living beings of the various races in the great illusionary land. Yu Chen flipped his hand, and a longbow appeared in his hand. It was very different from the common longbows. It seemed like the longbows of Shuemu's sky were more unique. This longbow was designed to be shaped like a blade, and there were blades on both sides. Han Fei keenly sensed that the longbow seemed to be joined. If nothing went wrong, the longbow could actually be split apart, forming 2 blades. Interesting. Yu Chen smiled faintly. The Shui Mu heavenly human race has many manipulators, and their battle bow techniques have evolved to the extreme. Therefore, many people were both manipulators and soul warriors. It just so happens that I'm very strong in both elements. Han Fei thought for a moment. Since the man had told him his occupation, he should say something. Han Fei stepped forward and formed an array with each step. The 6 spirit armor and the coiled turtle array were the simplest, and Han Fei also created a tidal array. At that moment, huge waves rose behind him. His voice was leisurely. "Due to the geographical conditions, I am a spirit gatherer and a soul warrior. However, I have learned a lot of things. It involves formations, sabers, staffs, and sword seals. I am proficient in a few of them. Because I walked the path of body refinement, my fist technique is even stronger." Next door, Jing, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but clap her hands. Wow, Shui, look, I said that this kid has some ability, right?" Wu Shui frowned slightly. "Don't you think it's too complicated?" Someone shook his head. "His foundation seems very young. It's hard for him to master so many spells at the same time, isn't it?" In the distance, a group of birds, insects, and humans surrounded them. Some young people looked and immediately exclaimed, "Isn't that Lord Yu Chen?" Who is the one sparring with Lord Yu Chen? He's so ugly." A big spider was stunned. "Why is that human only a peak level law enforcer? Why didn't Lord Yu Chen suppress his realm? A big snake said he suppressed his realm. He's an intermediate explorer. Wow. Challenging Lord Yu Chen? Is this guy kidding me? A girl flew over with a bow. The person on the other side doesn't look weak. Look, there seem to be countless blades flying in the tide. Voila! Han Fei activated Devil Change and stretched out the phantom glass wings. He didn't plan to fuse with Little Black and Little White. If the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, it would be too weird. Besides, he still planned to keep some trump cards. After all, he was in someone else's territory. If he were to reveal all of his trump cards, wouldn't that make him seem too shallow? Wu Shangshui shouted in a low voice. Yu Chen, if you lose, go to the fearless barrier and kill a big demon at the peak level Dao-seeking state before coming back. Hearing this, Yu Chen immediately shouted, Han Fei, go all out. Han Fei's eyes narrowed. Of course. Swish. In the field, the two disappeared almost at the same time. In the void, an arrow shadow traversed, with red wings spread like a big bird of fire. On Han Fei's side, in the tide, thousands of knives flowed. In an instant, the arrows broke out of the water, and the sky was filled with knife light. In just an instant, the knives and arrows collided, and the torrent of knives was pierced in half by the arrows. And the arrow that looked like a big bird was also shattered by the torrent of knives. Clank, clank, clank. In the void, the two figures appeared in many places. Swish! He activated the draw technique, and the knife light tore the void within a kilometer. At the same time, a terrifying stinger pierced through like a sharp arrow. On the other side, a massive number of vines rose. Yu Chen nimbly shuttled through the vines, stretched out his longbow, and in the blink of an eye, more than 30 arrows, one after another, smashed the void and bombarded the draw technique. Clang, clang, clang. Kacha! The 10,000-year demon stinger was cut off by Yu Chen with a backhand slash. Swish! Swish! This battle lasted only 2 minutes. At this moment, the two stepped into the void, each standing on one side. Jing Er's eyes glowed. Wow, he's quite powerful, isn't he? Han Fei's knife skills are very powerful, and Yu Chen's arrows are faster than before. Wu Shangshui nodded slightly. He's very strong. He's a peak-level law enforcer fighting an intermediate explorer. He's definitely a peak-level heavenly talent. Next to Wu Shangshui, the other peak-level explorers looked serious. He's indeed very strong. Although it was just a tentative battle, Han Fei didn't lose the upper hand. This made them have to be cautious. The creatures of various races watching the battle, not far away, kept exclaiming at this moment. Wow, it's too fast. I can't see it at all. A beetle's eyes kept rolling. Who's better? Someone responded, no one is better. They're neck and neck. The young man was shocked. Who the hell is he? Yu Chen, a peak-level law enforcer, can fight an intermediate explorer. If there is such a person in the Shuemu heaven, how can I not know him? More and more people were around. Yu Chen smiled. No need to test me. Come on. Han Fei nodded slightly. Just now, he only used 50% of his strength, and Yu Chen only used the power of a beginner intermediate explorer. If he attacked with all his strength, he could kill the opponent in an instant. 17 arrows of Dao seeking. Yu Chen directly entered the spirit plant, and no one knew where he went. Han Fei couldn't use the yin-yang divine eyes, so he could only see the shadows of people on the vines through the eyes of true vision. Suddenly, he saw a giant fiery serpent swooping over like a dragon. A lock-on technique. Han Fei froze, stood proudly in the void, and pointed his finger. 10,000 knives in one. The snowflake-like knife light gathered into a knife, which slashed through the void and caused the void to tremble. Bam! The giant fiery serpent was torn apart in an instant. But in the next second, 16 fiery serpents pounced out in a row, and each wave was more powerful than the last. Bam! 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 Someone sighed. Although this person is very strong, it's impossible for him to block them. Master Yu Chen's last 3 arrows are still enchanted. Wu Shangxue and the others were expressionless and just watched the battle very carefully. Han Fei grinned. What a strong archery technique. I'm surprised. Huh. Han Fei roared and the invincible will appeared. In the golden giant's shadow, Han Fei raised his fist, and a humming array light appeared on his hand. Sacrificing fist mark. Kacha! The 10,000 knives in one collapsed on the 5th arrow. At this moment, the void trembled, and a terrifying force broke out from Han Fei. Boom! A fist mark rumbled, and the blood-red light shone brightly. A fist mark rushed all the way like a savage behemoth. Who cared about the arrow shadows? They collapsed directly. Bam! 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 9 fiery serpents were punched through in a row. They couldn't resist Han Fei's terrifying blow at all. This scene made everyone's divine soul suffocate. What a powerful fist seal! Someone exclaimed, So strong! This ugly man is so strong! A big insect shrank. This fist can easily punch through my carapace. Even Wu Shangxue was surprised. This kind of extremely domineering fist mark, ordinary people can't withstand it at all. I'm afraid this guy's physique has already reached a terrifying level. Jing Er's eyes widened. Although she was a venerable, she had been staying in the immortal palace. She didn't even have a chance to fight, so she liked to watch this kind of drama. However, Wu Shangxue said, but it's still a little short. On the battlefield, the last 3 arrows rolled up 1,000 feet of flames, and the giant serpents roared, making many people shrink their heads. Han Fei clearly felt that when the last 3 arrows appeared, the sacrificing fist mark couldn't withstand it anymore. Huh. With a dragon roar, the 9 Mansions dragon seal broke out, and Han Fei smashed it out. Bam! The arrow shadow containing Taoist sense collapsed, but the next arrow shadow burst out. That terrifying blow, together with the sacrificing fist mark and the 9 dragon seal, collapsed at the same time. Swish! Before Han Fei could react, the last arrow had already burst out. At this time, void distortion was useless, and the locking skill wouldn't stop shooting at him just because he ran away. Demon suppressing diamond. At that moment, another golden man rose from the ground. In the exclamations of countless people, Han Fei directly caught this arrow with both hands. Together with the arrow, he was blasted more than 300 feet away by the arrow. The roaring explosion shook in the billowing flames. Wow, that person! How dare he catch the arrow with his bare hands? Is he crazy or am I crazy? Isn't he sure to lose? What a fierce person. He's too fierce. However, at the moment when Han Fei caught the arrow with his bare hands, Jing Er, Wu Shangxue, and other strong masters were all shocked. Others didn't know, but they saw it clearly at that moment. The golden giant blocked the Taoist sense with one palm. Han Fei's body was shining with golden light, and he held the arrow with his bare hands, which was extremely domineering. At that moment, countless sharp vines like chains stabbed at Han Fei in the flames. Han Fei smiled. Haha, it seems that I underestimated the enemy. However, this is also good. It makes me realize that peak-level law enforcers have limits. In the waves of fire, Han Fei's voice sounded leisurely. Yu Chen's pupils constricted, and he immediately shouted, Arrow of Destiny! A massive number of vines gathered, and the big bow floated in the air. There was a big hand in the void holding the arrow, and endless energy poured into the arrow. Someone shouted, Hurry up and retreat. Your life is on the line. This is the arrow extinguishing technique. Huh. Just as these people were exclaiming in shock, they heard a furious roar. In the flames, a huge figure more than 50 meters tall suddenly appeared. When everyone saw it clearly, they were all stunned. What kind of creature is this? I know that many people are going to say that I'm in the wrong chapter again. TSK, let me reply weakly. Rome wasn't built in a day, so I have to take it slow. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, 75. Before the battle, Han Fei had never thought that he would use the Beast King art. This wasn't a quick battle, so Han Fei didn't need to be extremely powerful at the beginning. He didn't even want to show too much of his strength and wanted to preserve it. However, when Yu Chen's terrifying arrow was pulled, Han Fei knew that he had underestimated his opponent. How could a powerhouse who was expected to become a venerable be so simple? Besides, the other party only suppressed his strength to that of an intermediate explorer, and he was still a peak-level explorer. At this moment, as soon as the Beast King art was activated, Han Fei's strength soared. In the Immortal Palace, the Life Queen, who was feeding a spiritual fruit, was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion, "The Beast King art?" On the battlefield, everyone was dumbfounded by Han Fei's transformation. Jing jumped and exclaimed, "This is the ancient beast race. The beast race ape?" Wu Shangxue was also stunned. The beast race? The one that has disappeared in the long river of history? Jing nodded repeatedly. Yes. Could it be that there are still beasts in the Yin heaven? However, while they were talking, Han Fei stretched out his hand and the embroidery needle appeared. Han Fei held the rod with both hands and raised it to the sky. Huh! With an extremely domineering roar, Yu Chen grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterward, everyone saw the phantoms of hundreds of beasts galloping and roaring in the air. Swish! A huge firebird with 3 gorgeous long feathers swept across the sky. Bam! 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 The Monkey King 3,000 strikes erupted. At that moment, cracks appeared in the void, followed by shattering. In an instant, hundreds of terrifying attacks were launched. That was called ferocious. Before the 100 cudgels had even arrived, the Fire Phoenix had already collapsed. The remaining half of the arrows were shot at Han Fei because they were too fast. However, the giant ape's big hand clenched and crushed them. Such a terrifying attack didn't even break the skin of Han Fei's ape form. The hundreds of beasts roared, and Yu Chen vomited several mouthfuls of blood, losing half of his strength. Huh! He opened his big mouth full of sharp teeth, and all the surrounding energy, including the raging flames, was swallowed by him. The horror of the body of war was revealed. The Monkey King's 3,000 strikes continued, shattering the vines that were blocking the way. At that moment, Wu Shangxue shouted, "Yu Chen, advanced explorer." He seized the air with his fingers, and without the longbow, he shot out 5 sharp arrows. Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, the 5 arrows shattered. However, this also bought Yu Chen some time, allowing him to fire another chain of arrows. Swish, swish, swish! Bang, bang, bang! Han Fei grinned disdainfully. Competing in endurance with the Monkey King's 3,000 strikes? What are you thinking about? 3,000 layered waves. Was he joking with you? Sure enough, after more than 200 arrows, Yu Chen found that even though he was an advanced explorer, he couldn't resist Han Fei's continuous attacks. During the battle, all the energy around him would be plundered by Han Fei. Buzz! Yu Chen disappeared from where he was. 7 or 8 vines split open, and 7 or 8 Yu Chen appeared. Han Fei held the embroidery needle with one hand. Grow, grow, grow! Roar! The 100 beast soul-suppressing roar erupted again. The embroidery needle swept out, and all the vines exploded. Not a single one of them was a match for it. Because the battle was too shocking, countless people cast their eyes over. Many people had never seen such an explosive battle before. They had never expected that a person's physique could be so strong, and they had never seen such a terrifying creature like the prehistoric giant ape. Therefore, their blood was boiling as they watched the battle. Wu Shangxue shouted, "Okay, that's enough. Yu Chen is defeated." Hearing this, Han Fei immediately swung the big rod and carried it on his shoulder. His eyes were cold and terrifying. Yu Chen walked out of a demonic vine and curled the corner of his mouth. What kind of monster am I fighting with? Han Fei put the incomparably thick embroidery needle vertically on the ground, and his body quickly shrank, turning from an ape to a human. In the end, he twisted his neck, full of fighting spirit. Wu Shangshui was speechless. She couldn't help but look at Jinger, who was still excited, tugged at her clothes, and said, "Don't be silly. Who is this guy?" Jinger hadn't come back to her senses yet, and replied casually, he should be a king candidate from the Yin-Yang heaven." Pooh! Yu Chen, who had just left the battle, vomited blood. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? A king candidate? F** king asked me to suppress my realm to fight him? I was almost F** ked senseless." Wu Shangshui looked at the heartless Jinger speechlessly and covered his head with one hand. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Under countless shocked gazes, Han Fei put his hand on the pillar-like embroidery needle, and the latter swooshed and sank into Han Fei's body. Wu Shangshui patted Jinger's head. "He still has a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Why didn't you tell me?" Jinger was taken aback. "I didn't know." Wu Shangshui, with a big smile on his face, Han Fei cupped his hands. "Thank you." Yu Chen didn't feel good. "Forget it. You just want me to go to the Fearless Barrier and kill a peak-level, Tao-seeking big demon. I'll go." In the distance, exclamations were heard. "Wow, this guy actually won. So cool. What was that creature just now? It's so scary. His mouth is so big, like the sharp teeth of a dragon. His muscles are all over the place. He's ugly, but adorably cute." Han Fei staggered. "What's so ugly and cute about it? Isn't he ferocious?" Wu Shangshui glanced around, thought for a moment, and said casually, "This boy's name is Han Fei, and he comes from the Yin-Yang heaven. In the future, he will stay in our Shuemu heaven for 3 years. Just know him." "Wow. Can people from the Yin-Yang heaven come over?" "Wow. He's from the Yin-Yang heaven?" A big beetle shook its head. "The Yin-Yang heaven. The legendary Yin-Yang heaven." A big bird asked curiously, "Are there many beasts in the Yin-Yang heaven?" A human being asked curiously, "Han Fei, what is the Yin-Yang heaven like?" Jinger finally came back to herself and said to the group of people, "Don't ask questions. You'll know in the future. Okay, let's go." Han Fei glanced at Jing. "How do we go out?" Jinger said, "Just communicate with the grand illusionary land with your mind." After a moment, when Han Fei opened his eyes, he looked at the big leaf under him in surprise, thinking, "This cloud sea divine tree is really amazing. It can even create a place comparable to the ideal palace." Suddenly Jinger shouted, "Han Fei, why are you still sitting there? Come down." Han Fei looked around and found that everyone was already waiting for him. So he flashed and appeared in front of everyone. However, at this moment, the way those peak-level explorers looked at Han Fei had already changed. It was the first time they had seen a peak-level law enforcer fighting an advanced explorer. However, thinking that Han Fei was a candidate for the king, they were finally relieved. If everyone in the Yin-Yang heaven was like this, then the Yin-Yang heaven would be too terrifying. Wu Shangshui looked at Han Fei again with a complicated expression. "Okay, you are indeed a candidate for the king. Come back to the city with me. I'll ask someone to tell you about the current situation of the Shuemu heaven." Jinger still wanted to follow him, when Wu Shangshui suddenly said, "Aren't you going back to the divine palace?" Jinger was stunned for a moment. "I am going to stay for dinner before going back. I want to eat fish cakes." Jinger thought to herself, "It's not easy for me to come out. Do you think it's easy for me? Human cooking is delicious. I'm drooling just thinking about it." Han Fei said in surprise, "Huh, do people eat here too?" Wu Shangshui was stunned. "Don't people in the Yin-Yang heaven need to eat?" Han Fei immediately had an idea. "Huh, no, of course they need to eat. In fact, what I want to say is that compared with my strength, I still have one thing that is the strongest. It can be said to be the strongest in the yin-yang heaven. Suddenly, the corners of their mouths twitched. Are the people of the yin-yang heaven all so shameless? I know you are very strong, okay? What else do you want to show off for? Jing'er asked curiously. Do you have any special abilities? Han Fei held his head high and said proudly, my cooking skills are unparalleled in the world. I won't cook for ordinary people, but I have to do it today. Jing'er immediately widened her eyes. Really? Is it more delicious than the fish cakes of human beings? The Life Queen, who was in the Divine Palace, sighed gloomily. Why did she find such a stupid maid? She's so stupid. She has never eaten fish cakes. How can she compete with her? Among the peak-level explorers, a short explorer was immediately dissatisfied. That's impossible. Our fish cakes are unparalleled in the world, and all races like to eat them, especially those shameless golden turtles, who come here to eat and drink whenever they have nothing to do. Han Fei grinned. That's not necessarily true. As he spoke, Han Fei took out a box of potato chips, as if by magic, and took a bite. To tell you the truth, I have already comprehended the great path of cooking. Jing'er quickly reached out and grabbed a piece, saying with some disgust, It's just a little bit. I'm not full. After that, she also took a bite of it with a smack sound. Suddenly, Wu Shangxue and the others found that Jing'er was stunned on the spot. Wu Shangxue said with a black face, Do you have to do this? Wu Shangxue glanced at the box in Han Fei's hand, pinched a piece suspiciously and took a bite. Under the gaze of a group of peak-level explorers, Wu Shangxue glanced at them, stuffed the potato chips into his mouth, and said softly, Let's go! Let's go back to the city. Yu Chen hadn't left yet. He looked at Jing'er and then at Wu Shangxue, thinking, is it very delicious? At their level, they would no longer be tempted by external things. However, it was perfectly normal for them to have a sumptuous meal. Yu Chen was about to pinch a piece, only to see that the box was gone. At some point, Jing had already held the box in her hand. Han Fei, look, I've led the way for you. This is mine. By the way, let's go back to the city. My time is limited. I have to go back after the meal. Han Fei, Yu Chen, and the others. First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1176. It turned out that there was also a city on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. However, this city was completely different from the kind of cities that Han Fei was familiar with. Rather than calling it a city, it would be better to call it a primitive tribal settlement. Even a venerable like Wu Shangxue had only built a courtyard on one of the tree branches. He did not even set up a formation. However, no one would be stupid enough to use their perception to see what the venerable's house looked like. Otherwise, if they were not careful, they would face the risk of being slapped to death. Wu Shangxue led a group of people directly to his courtyard. Along the way, they all took teleportation arrays. Han Fei's only feeling was that it was really troublesome to walk on this Cloud Sea Divine Tree. There were teleportation arrays everywhere. If they were not careful, they would easily go the wrong way. If they went the wrong way and didn't know they had gone the wrong way, they might directly face the risk of getting lost. In the Venerable's courtyard, there was a row of barbecue grills and a large pot cooking. The tempting aroma made the group of people swallow involuntarily. Jing'er was holding a garlic prawn in her hand and eating it. Then she looked at Han Fei curiously. Why are the ingredients you used so low-level but so delicious? Han Fei said with a smile, Everything in the world has its own uniqueness. As long as we see the essence through the phenomenon, we can discover what things look like behind them. Wu Shangxue's eyelids moved slightly, holding a roasted clam in his hand. He was a little surprised to hear Han Fei bragging. These words seemed to make sense. Someone said, Han Fei, what kind of pot is this? Is it ready? Han Fei said, Please wait a moment. There are still some ingredients that haven't been added. Wu Shangxue was speechless. It's just a meal. You've already added more than 20 kinds of ingredients. Han Fei smiled. It's like practicing combat skills. There are many technical considerations. The same is true for cooking. Depending on the time, the intensity of the fire, the amount of ingredients, and the amount of water, the taste will be different. Jinger nodded quickly and quietly grabbed a skewer of grilled squid from the barbecue grill. After a moment, when the hot pot was ready, the soaring aroma began to spread in all directions. However, with a thought from Wu Shangxue, the entire courtyard was closed. This rich aroma could not be emitted at all. For the first time, Han Fei discovered that a venerable could be like this. It was just a hot pot and barbecue. Jing ate without caring about her image. Han Fei thought to himself, isn't the venerable going to enter the Tao? Would a person who could enter the Tao be so naive and naive? On the other hand, Wu Shangxue and the group of peak-level explorers also praised him, but they only praised him once from the beginning to the end. Then, although the hot pot was delicious, he ate it in small bites. Han Fei chuckled in his heart. It seemed simple, but it was extremely practical. In a sense, the more exquisite his skills were, the more the other party would think that he had put in a lot of effort. To put it bluntly, it should be easy to exchange a meal for a combat skill here. However, Han Fei didn't lack combat skills. Since he had just arrived, all he had to do was feed them. He fed them so crazily that they felt embarrassed. The more he ate, the better it would be for him. Halfway through the hot pot, Wu Shangxue suddenly stopped moving his chopsticks. In the end, it's just the desire for food. This Tao could easily hinder one's cultivation. Jing don't come here so often. Why? Jing whose mouth was full of grease, suddenly widened her eyes and thought to herself, why does it hinder my cultivation? Wu Shangxue glanced at Han Fei and said, since your purpose here is to transcend the tribulation, don't wander around the city every day. Later, I'll ask someone to take you around and visit all the battlefields. Your strength has reached the peak of law enforcer, and it's only a matter of time before you make a breakthrough. Don't delay. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, it didn't matter whether he fed him or not. However, this venerable Snow's self-restraint was quite strong. When he ate hot pot for the first time, he managed to hold back. When he was in the Scattered Stars prison, even old Han couldn't hold back and asked him to cook every day. Jing suddenly said, why don't I introduce you to him? Wu Shangxue glared at Jing. Don't even think about it. Her Majesty will catch you. Jing snorted and then secretly said to Han Fei, remember to make more noise. I'll help you. Han Fei was speechless. You'll help me? You're just here to eat, aren't you? However, the feeding effect is not bad. Jing was a venerable after all. If he could have the help of a venerable, the trip to the Shuemu heaven would be smooth and there shouldn't be any big problems. After the meal, Jing still wanted to have some more barbecue. However, suddenly, a pink flower bloomed in front of her. When he saw this flower, Wu Shangxue looked as if he was trying to hold back his laughter. Jing bowed to Little Blossom aggrievedly. Your Majesty, I'm going back now. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Did the Life Queen come to ask for her in person? Han Fei wondered if he should bribe the Life Queen when he had time in the future. He had to get some high-level ingredients. The combat level of the Shuemu heaven was higher than that of the Yinyang heaven. There should be no shortage of legendary creatures. Before Jing left, she glanced at Han Fei. Remember to call me when you transcend the tribulation. Han Fei smiled faintly. Sure. As soon as Jing left, Wu Shangxue immediately said, disperse. Yu Chen, find someone to show Han Fei around the Shuemu heaven, and then you go to the fearless barrier yourself. Yu Chen smiled helplessly. Okay, Han Fei, come with me. When the others left, only Han Fei and Yu Chen were left. The latter smiled faintly. Han Fei, are there still beasts in the Yinyang heaven? Han Fei thought to himself, are you still thinking about this? He immediately said, It's hard to find beasts. I only obtained some inheritance in an ancient mystic realm. Yu Chen hummed and suddenly changed the topic. Well, do you want to make your face a little prettier? Han Fei. Yu Chen thought to himself, in terms of potential, I'm not as good as you, but you are too ugly. It's really embarrassing to stay here. Han Fei shook his head. Actually, I am very handsome in the yin yang heaven. Yu Chen's body stiffened, and he smiled awkwardly. Oh, really? That's really unexpected. After only a few steps, Yu Chen suddenly shouted in a low voice, Young man, come here. Yu Chen was a semi-venerable, so he certainly wouldn't go to a crowded town for no reason. He just scanned with his perception and found that there were only a few heavenly talents in the city at this moment who hadn't entered the state of cultivation. So he called the strongest one over. Swish, swish, swish. Han Fei saw a vigorous woman in a fashionable green battle suit shuttling between the branches. Beside her, there was a longbow in the shape of an eagle's wing, drawing beautiful arcs in the air. Why else would it be said that women were the most admirable creatures? That flexible body, perfect curves, if coupled with a good-looking face, it would really be worth appreciating. However, Han Fei, who had seen too many beautiful women, was not interested in this at all. He looked calm. Compared with the Life Queen, Jing Er, and Wu Shangshui, this girl seemed a little immature. This girl had a delicate face. She clearly had some baby fat, but she kept a straight face, as if she wanted to make herself look colder. However, her cute appearance couldn't support her cold temperament at all. When the woman landed in front of Han Fei and Yu Chen, she first bowed. Greetings, Your Excellency. Then the woman frowned and looked at Han Fei, as if thinking, why does this person look like this? Has he never received the Life Queen's favor? However, she was immediately shocked. She stared at the token on Han Fei's waist and took a deep breath. Messenger Jing's venerable token? Yu Chen said lightly, This is Han Fei, a distinguished guest from the yin-yang heaven. It can be said that he is the strongest heavenly talent of the same generation in the yin-yang heaven. I'm no match for him in the same realm or even higher realm. From now on, Han Fei will stay in the Shuemu heaven for 3 years and live in our flying feather tribe. Han Fei is here for the tribulation. Before that, you will follow him and introduce the terrain and battle situation of the Shuemu heaven. Show him around, the strongest heavenly talent of the yin-yang heaven. The woman took a deep breath. An existence that even Your Excellency admitted was no match for. Is he really so strong? Yes, Your Excellency. Yu Chen patted Han Fei on the shoulder. Shu Xiaoman is a heavenly talent of our Flying Feather Tribe and is very familiar with the battlefield. She will tell you the rest. Thanks to you, I have to go to the Fearless Barrier. I hope you haven't left when I come back. Shu Xiaoman said in surprise, The Fearless Barrier? Yu Chen smiled faintly. If you lose a fight, you have to be punished. Shu Xiaoman couldn't help but look at the smiling Han Fei. Is this person really so strong? Han Fei grinned. Maybe we will meet again. Yu Chen nodded slightly, tore open a void crack with a finger, and stepped in, leaving Shu Xiaoman and Han Fei in place. Han Fei smiled slightly. Hello. Shu Xiaoman narrowed her eyes. Did you really beat me? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. I used a secret method. Shu Xiaoman let out a long sigh of relief, but her eyes were a little provocative. Guest, can I have a match with you? Han Fei was a little surprised. This girl was obviously not convinced. Han Fei shrugged. How? Shu Xiaoman said. Go to the great illusionary land. In the Shuemu heaven, no matter what happens, even if there is a conflict, it will be resolved in the great illusionary land. Fierce fighting is not allowed on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, which is easy to damage the leaves of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Han Fei said, If it's just a match, it should be very fast. Shu Shaoman said, "You can't damage the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, not even the leaves." Han Fei chuckled. "But if there is any damage, I lose." Shu Xiaoman's eyes were immediately filled with anger. Wasn't this person a little too arrogant? Although you got the Venerable token, you're only a peak-level law enforcer. I am also a peak-level law enforcer. Why should I be convinced? Do I have to follow you just because you say so? What if I have to follow you for 3 years? Shu Xiaoman was immediately a little angry. You said that. Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1177. Shu Xiaoman was extremely unhappy with Han Fei's contempt. She turned over and jumped away. In mid-air, the arrow turned into a rain of arrows, and there were hundreds of streams of light. Han Fei curled up the corners of his mouth. When fighting Iyuchen, he used a lock-on technique to target the enemy. It was meaningless to rely on speed, but it was different from yours. Swish, swish, swish. Han Fei turned into a phantom and picked up the arrows with his bare hands. In an instant, all the arrows were shattered. At the moment of the explosion, the energy was swallowed by Han Fei before it could dissipate. Han Fei disappeared on the spot and appeared beside Shu Xiaoman before she could react. I'm not strong enough to attack separately. Shu Xiaoman was shocked. She turned over, and a circle of blade-like algae leaves appeared to protect her body. However, the next moment, she was dumbfounded. Han Fei twisted his body and appeared in the algae leaf storm, standing next to her. And to prevent her from destroying the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, a defensive array appeared at some point. Her own blow couldn't break the array in a short time. Shu Xiaoman wanted to use other combat skills, but she heard a snap of fingers. In the void, countless chains appeared. In an instant, her range of action was blocked. It was too late. Shu Xiaoman wanted to use the death substitution technique to get herself out. However, as soon as she moved away, a circle of void chains wrapped her again. This time, they directly locked her, no longer giving her a chance to resist. To Shu Xiaoman's shock, Han Fei took back the void chains and smiled faintly. Thank you. Shu Xiaoman. It was the first time that Shu Xiaoman had seen this kind of combat style. Catching arrows with bare hands, swallowing energy, instantly condensing an array, twisting space, and moving so fast that people couldn't react at all. How could there be such a person in this world? Shu Xiaoman thought that although she was not the strongest among her peers, she was not weak. But if she could exert her full strength, she was not weak. She could even be said to be very strong. However, when facing Han Fei, she was shocked to find that she didn't even have a chance to use it. In such a short time, she didn't even have a chance to run away. How could she fight? Shu Xiaoman took a deep breath and looked extremely serious. I lost. Han Fei smiled and said, Your reaction speed is already very fast. His battle awareness wasn't bad either. But if there's a chance, I can increase my strength. Young man pursed her lips helplessly. I'll listen to you. Shu Xiaoman didn't take it seriously. Even Lord Yi Yuchen had lost. Wasn't it normal for her to lose as well? He heard her say, Let's go. I'll bring you around the Flying Feather Command. However, I guess a lot of people are curious. Is everyone in the Yin-Yang heaven like you? Han Fei couldn't have felt better. He said gloomily, This is regional discrimination. Let me tell you, in our Yin-Yang sky, I'm pretty good looking. Shu Xiaoman tilted her head and said, Okay. Our Flying Feather Command is located on the west side of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, close to the realm of frost. The city covered an area of about 50,000 kilometers, but they were all quite scattered. There are 8 other large tribes like the Flying Feather Command on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. This is all the humans in our Waterwood Heaven. There are hundreds of millions of them. Han Fei immediately understood. That was right. There couldn't be 72 venerables and only 1 human venerable. It seemed that the humans were divided into 9 tribes. In this way, there should be 9 venerable realm experts. However, Shu Xiaoman said, when Lord Iyuchen becomes a venerable, there will be 1 more tribe. By then there will be 10 tribes. Han Fei said in surprise, every venerable can form a tribe. Shu Xiaoman nodded. Of course, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree is very large. Even if there are 10 tribes, they can't live in a large area. Han Fei was puzzled. Aren't there other races here? Shu Xiaoman said solemnly, there are the Sky Clan, the Demonic Plant Clan, and the Insect Clan. But they don't actually live in many places. For example, the Sky race love to live on the outer perimeter of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. The Insect race lived in groups in the hollow of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. The demon plants didn't divide their living quarters, but they usually lived at the bottom of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Generally, except for powerful demonic plants, ordinary demonic plants won't fight. Well, the tree demons are an exception. Generally speaking, they are scattered. Han Fei said in surprise, then what if a war breaks out? How can we quickly gather the major races? Shu Xiaoman looked at Han Fei as if looking at a fool. There are venerables sending messages to us. Under the venerable one's command, they only needed to specify the location. Because the creatures of the various races live too scattered, there are many teleportation arrays in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, which is convenient for everyone to gather quickly. Han Fei understood. To sum up, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree was so large that all the races added up couldn't live there. Because the distance between them was very far, teleportation arrays were needed. As they talked, Han Fei and Shu Xiaoman had arrived at the human gathering place. Walking out of the teleportation array, Han Fei immediately saw a large place similar to a market. All kinds of shops were placed in a mess. Some of the shops were hung on the trees, some were placed on the trunks, and some were arranged in a circle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Han Fei looked at the tree trunks behind him, which were full of teleportation arrays. From time to time, people appeared from the arrays. The bustling crowd flowed in and out of the various shops. In addition to humans, there were also tree demons, and all kinds of things were being sold. Someone shouted, "Ice silk just made in the realm of cold ice. Does anyone want it? If you want to change your bowstring, hurry up." Someone sat in front of a stall on the ground. "I just forged a divine feather bow. I want to exchange it for the black flood dragon's bones and tendons." A big spider was weaving a web and hanging in the air. On the spider web, there were all kinds of spiritual fruits and crystals, and it was scanning the crowd. The big spider said, "Don't miss it. These are all excellent spiritual fruits." A big beetle with giant horns was carrying an identical beetle, shouting, "Junior law enforcer insect slew. If you miss it, you'll have to wait another 10 years. Immediately, someone ran over. "I want it. What do you want to exchange for?" The big beetle buzzed. "I want the black tortoise strange stone, the dragon essence grass, and the purple pole fruit." The person who asked smiled bitterly. "I don't have the dragon essence grass, but I do have the black tortoise strange stone and the purple pole fruit." The big beetle's eyes lit up. "You can exchange the dragon essence grass for the fire essence grass." The person was immediately overjoyed. "Yes." Han Fei looked at this scene in a daze, feeling a little incredulous. It was as if humans had gone to an alien society where all sorts of strange creatures lived together harmoniously. Shu Xiaoman said proudly, "Such a big bazaar can only be found in our human gathering place. That's why countless living beings gather here every day just to shop and trade for goods." In addition to this large bazaar, there were all kinds of gossip here. A little treeman said, "Have you heard? Someone from the Yin-Yang heaven came. He's extremely strong. He defeated Master Iyuchen, a human quasi-venerable." "Are you bragging? How could someone from the Yin-Yang heaven come?" "Yes, even if someone came, how could he defeat Master Iyuchen?" "What are you thinking? Master Iyuchen is going to become a venerable." The little treeman's branches trembled. I saw it with my own eyes. That person is so ugly. Hearing this, Han Fei was shocked. No, it's just that we're from different regions. Is it necessary? Han Fei turned his head, only to find that Shu Xiaoman was holding back her laughter and her face was red. Cough, cough, cough. Han Fei coughed a few times and secretly used the power of beast roar. Immediately, many people looked at Han Fei. Wow, is there really such someone from the Yin Yang heaven? Wow, isn't that master, young man? Why is she with someone from the Yin Yang heaven? Shu Xiaoman, did he really defeat Master Yu Chen? A human was astonished. So, people from the Yin Yang heaven look like this? A bird circled around his head. I think he looks okay. Don't all humans look like this? Hearing someone talking about his appearance, Han Fei immediately said, people from the Yin Yang heaven look like this. This is called masculinity. There's a story in Yin Yang heaven. According to the antiquity times, there was a peerless powerhouse called God Emperor Pangu in the human clan. His breath became the wind and clouds in the 4 seasons. His voice became thunders. His left eye became the sun that shone on the earth. His right eye became the moon. His torso became the mountains, rivers, and earth. His blood became the surging rivers and lakes. His hair became luxuriant flowers and trees. His sweat became the dew that nourished everything. But that's not the point. The point is that he looked like me. Puff! Cough, cough! Duang! In the immortal palace, the kettle in the Life Queen's hand fell to the ground, and the roasted squid that Jinger had just stolen from the immortal palace sprayed out of her mouth. Wu Shangshui was cultivating cross-legged. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in his body was disordered and he almost blew up the courtyard. Shu Xiaoman looked at Han Fei in shock. Can people be so shameless? The little treeman waved its branches. Wow, that God Emperor Pangu is so powerful. A one-horned longhorn beetle whipped its tentacles. Don't listen to him. Such a strong expert must have big horns. Only the insect clan can be so excellent. In an instant, a large group of people, treemen, insects, and birds all looked over. Someone asked, "Can I spar with him?" A girl asked, "Although I know he's bragging, what's his name?" "It's the first time I've seen such a person." A big bird exclaimed, "Look, he has a venerable token." Wow, it's really a venerable token. Where did he get it? Shu Xiaoman said to Han Fei, because you may have to live here for 3 years in the future. So, you'll have to meet the other races sooner or later. Why don't we do it today? Han Fei didn't know what to say. Am I being treated as a monkey? Han Fei thought to himself, there are billions of creatures in all races. If I show them every day, I won't have to do anything. Immediately, Han Fei said, let's wait. They just need to know that I'm here. Shu Xiaoman nodded. Okay. Then Shu Xiaoman said to everyone, Han Fei still has a lot of things to do in the Shuemu heaven. I won't meet you one by one. What about you guys? Do whatever you need to do. We'll be leaving first. Wait a minute, I want to spar with him. Someone was inviting him to fight. Shu Xiaoman tilted her head. Go away. When you can beat me, come to Han Fei. While talking, Shu Xiaoman beckoned Han Fei into a teleportation array. After passing through several teleportation arrays in a row, Han Fei found that the branches around him became thinner and thinner. They should be walking to the periphery of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. At this moment, the two of them stood on a huge empty branch. Shu Xiaoman said, there have always been legends about the Yin Yang heaven in the Shuemu heaven. So, they know that you are from the Yin Yang heaven, so they will naturally be curious. You don't have to worry about it. But I said that you are here to transcend a tribulation. Is it urgent? Han Fei thought for a moment. Transcending a tribulation was not deducing the void fishing art, so it shouldn't cause too much noise. Han Fei thought for a moment. I can do it any time. Shu Xiaoman was taken aback. Ah, You can transcend a tribulation now. Is everything ready? Third update. Asking for votes. Well, don't worry. I've been thinking about the plot recently. Take your time. It'll be quick. End of this chapter. Chapter 1178. During the 4 years in Wind and Rain Village, Han Fei had already adapted to his own power. Even though Zhang Xian hadn't cultivated for the past 4 years, the fact that a level 9 spirit meridian could absorb spiritual energy naturally wasn't to be underestimated. Therefore, Han Fei's transition to the peak level law enforcer realm was exceptionally smooth. As for what to prepare, Han Fei knew that the heavenly tribulation was not something that could be done in a day or two, and he had helped others pass the heavenly tribulation more than once or twice. He was not interested in the power of the heavenly tribulation. He even felt that ordinary heavenly talents might not be as powerful as the lightning that he had deduced. Han Fei was walking on the path of invincibility. Shimin Linglan was right. Even heavenly tribulations were his enemies. Besides, Han Fei planned to break through the 4th level of the indestructible body with the power of this tribulation. Shu Xiaoman pondered for a moment and said, "Because our Shuemu heaven can't undergo tribulation on the cloud sea divine tree. Every tribulation here basically represents a battle. If you're going through the tribulation, I'll need an expert to protect you. I can't do that." Han Fei said bluntly, Jing might come. Jinga? Young man was stunned again. Then she widened her eyes and looked at Han Fei in astonishment. "You mean the static messenger?" Shu Xiao was full of astonishment. Honorable Jing was the most special honorable in the Waterwood Sky. She was the personal maid of her lady queen. If Messenger Jing protected him, wouldn't it mean that even the queen would pay attention to Han Fei's tribulation? Han Fei slightly nodded. It was the heavenly tribulation. If the battle in the Shuemu sky was also fierce, the sea demons would definitely not sit idly by. After all, as long as the person undergoing the tribulation didn't die, it would mean that the Waterwood Sky had gained another explorer. Although explorers could not compare to venerable ones, they were not cabbages, and it was not every day that someone would go through the heavenly tribulation. Even though there were hundreds of millions of people, the explorer-level powerhouses of the 1,000-star city were still there. How many explorers were there? Even if Shuemu heaven was much stronger, how many people could undergo tribulation in a year? Based on Han Fei's experience in controlling the City of Justice, it was already impressive for 3 to 5 people to undergo tribulation in a year, and that was under the crazy supply of resources. Normally, there would be an average of 1 or 2 people undergoing tribulation every year, which meant that this city had a deep heritage. Shu Xiaoman said with a complicated expression, "Then I'm afraid we have to wait even more. I originally thought that if you were going to undergo your tribulation, you'd choose the realm of ice because that's the safest place. But if Envoy Jing personally takes action, you might have to reconsider the location of your tribulation." Han Fei. Young Shu said you don't know. Although there were constant battles of various sizes between Shuemu Tian and the 2 great royal cities. However, in every tribulation transcendence, the eruption of the tribulation transcendence battle was secondary. Do you know that after becoming an explorer, you will need to seek the Great Tao? Han Fei nodded. Sure, the explorer realm was a realm of seeking the Tao. Breaking through the venerable realm meant confirming the Great Tao. As for the venerable realm, Water Deity had once told him that it was a process of constantly repairing the Great Tao that had already been determined. Only when he confirmed that his Great Tao was flawless would he attempt to become a king. The Great Tao was different from the path of law enforcement. It was a lifelong goal. Once it was confirmed, it would depend on how far you could go on this path. Young Shu said, "To seek the Tao, one must not let the Tao be incomplete. It's best to get rid of all distracting thoughts before going through the trial, and cut off many mortal karma, and so on." Han Fei continued to nod. The reason why the thug patriarch turned Lin Miao Miao into an undead creature was to make up for the knot in his heart and to help him get rid of this obstacle. Otherwise, why would a venerable care about the life and death of an ordinary great fishing master? Young Shu continued, but here comes the problem. The Sea clan has billions of creatures, much more than the other clans in the Shuemu Tian. Therefore, every time someone from our Shuemu Tian transcends a tribulation, the Sea clan will send out many sea demons to transcend the tribulation together and then provoke them. In this case, if you don't fight and need to consolidate your cultivation, then, when the battle starts, countless creatures will die for you, which will be a huge knot in your heart. Therefore, in every tribulation of the Shuemu Tian, there will be a battle. Many people died in this tribulation transcendence battle. No one who can survive is weak. In this way, the Sea clan also planted a knot in the hearts of our explorers. Han Fei asked in surprise, really? Young Shu nodded. Of course, the path of cultivation is full of difficulties and tribulations. What we pursue is more and more perfect ourselves and the purest great Tao. Of course, the Sea clan won't ignore the tribulation of our human race and other races. Although you can also transcend the tribulation in the realm of ice, those who choose to do so usually won't be too strong. The Sea clan may not care too much, but they will still pay attention to it. But you are so strong that even Master Yu Chen is no match for you. You shouldn't transcend the tribulation in the realm of ice. Han Fei seemed to understand a little. No wonder from the beginning to the end, no one had specifically asked him when he would transcend the tribulation and where he would go. This was F** King chosen for him. As a person from the Yin Yang heaven, he was a guest. If he transcended the tribulation in the realm of ice, he would definitely be underestimated. But if he transcended the tribulation in other places, he might be able to fight back against the Sea clan. Han Fei said casually, got it. In that case, don't worry. How difficult are the major battlefields in the Shuemu Tian? Young Shu was relieved. She stroked her hair and replied solemnly, there are 4 battlefields in the Shuemu Tian. Among them there is the whole sea in the south, which is the daily trial ground of the various races. There is the realm of ice in the north, which is not only a trial ground but also a place where strong masters die in battle. There is an ice wall erected in the realm of ice, and battles often break out there. It ranks 3rd. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It didn't sound simple. A wall defending one side must have suffered a lot. Young Shu continued, the fiercest battles are in the Sea of Flames in the west. Although the Sea clan lives in the sea, there are also creatures who can cultivate in extremely cold and hot places. There is a saying that people are as violent as fire, so the battles in the Sea of Flames are the most violent. But the most difficult battles are in the dark war port in the east. There are at least 5 venerables guarding there all year round. From time to time, some venerables will go there to investigate. When the battles are at their fiercest, one venerable dies almost every 100 years. It is said that more than 100 venerables have died in the dark war port in the Shuemu Tian. Among them, less than 10 died on other battlefields, and the rest all died in the dark war port. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. The number of fallen venerables reached 100? Han Fei calculated. How many venerables were there in the 1,000-star city in total? As expected, having a king and not having a king were completely different in nature. In this case, didn't it seem that the eye of the heavenly law was watching the Yin Yang heaven? Otherwise, if the Yin Yang heaven could break through to the king realm, it might be a different result. Han Fei couldn't help asking, where did Yu Chen break through? Young Shu Man frowned slightly. She didn't like Han Fei calling her lord by his name. However, thinking that Han Fei was also an extremely strong master, she replied, the dark war port. It is said that in the battle that year, Lord Yi killed 3 enemy explorers in one battle. Han Fei didn't give an immediate answer. He knew that his heavenly tribulation, if nothing unexpected happened, should not be weak. As for where to undergo the heavenly tribulation, it depended on the situation. He couldn't just listen to young Shu Man. As for himself, he had to go and see it. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Let's go to the realm of ice first, then to the Sea of Flames, and finally to the Dark War Port. How about that?" Young Shu Man nodded. As for how to choose, it was up to Han Fei. Although she wanted to see Han Fei kill everyone after the heavenly tribulation, the Dark War Port was indeed very dangerous. Those who came here were guests, and Han Fei's identity couldn't be simple. Emissary Jing even gave him the venerable token. Different from young Shu Man's thoughts, Han Fei instantly understood why the Life Queen asked Jing to give him the venerable token. Is there anything else that can attract more firepower than this thing? Once he wore the venerable token, he was afraid that the gazes of the entire sea race would fall on him. He wondered if the Life Queen was testing him, or did she want to see his ability? Young Shu Man asked, "Shall we go to the realm of ice now?" Han Fei said, "My time is limited. I only have 3 years. Let's go now." Young Shu Man was taken aback for a moment. What can you do in 3 years? As far as she knew, it was fast enough to break through to the explorer level in 3 years. After the breakthrough, it was already the limit to stabilize a little. However, although it was extremely dangerous to break through to the explorer level in the Waterwood Heaven, as long as you didn't die, you could be saved anyway. After all, the Life Queen would give you a drop of the spring of life. However, since Han Fei wanted to go, he might as well go. After a while, Han Fei followed young Shu Man and took a few more teleportation arrays. Han Fei felt a headache coming on. "Well, young man, may I ask, is there a map on this Cloud Sea Divine Tree? I feel like I'm going to get lost." Young Shu Man exclaimed, "I almost forgot that the main routes on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree have a map. I forgot to give it to you." Immediately, young Shu Man took out a jade slip and handed it to Han Fei. Han Fei scanned it with his perception and was stunned. There must be hundreds of thousands of teleportation arrays. Young Shu Man said, "This is the main route map, which is available for all clans. However, there are always some people who don't like to live in groups. Therefore, the teleportation arrays that they built themselves are not on this map." Han Fei searched for a long time. "Then where are we now?" Shu Shaiman pointed at the 2 strings of numbers engraved on the top of the teleportation formation and said, "We are now 1,500 kilometers north, number 396 teleportation formation, which can lead to 800 kilometers north, number 1123 teleportation formation." Han Fei was stunned and thought to himself, "If you didn't tell me, I would have thought this was a representation of latitude and longitude." Han Fei glanced at the map and found that it seemed that he would be able to leave the Cloud Sea Divine Tree after passing 6 more teleportation arrays. Immediately, Han Fei hushed them. "Sorry for the trouble. Asking for votes." End of this chapter. Chapter 1179. After only 3 teleportation arrays, Han Fei had already found people coming and going. At the beginning, there weren't many. However, the further he went, the more people he met. These people or creatures were mostly hidden fishers. There are few hanging fishers, and the frequency of law enforcers was not very high. Walking along the main road, Han Fei found that the Cloud Sea Divine Tree had been mixed with so many races that some of them were you and me. There were all kinds of creatures here, especially those insects, some of which looked exactly the same and were difficult to distinguish. For example, spiders were also insects, centipedes were also insects, golden tortoise beetles were also insects, and Hercules were also insects, of course. For some reason, golden tortoise beetles were the majority here. They came in all kinds of shapes, but pure gold was rare. There were also Hercules beetles, which were the kind of insects with all kinds of strange big horns on their heads. The horns on the heads of these Hercules beetles were spear-shaped, pants-shaped, shovel-shaped, knife-shaped, and half-moon-shaped. Han Fei was dazzled by them, and when humans, birds, insects, or tree demons saw Han Fei, they all looked at his face in shock. Then they looked at the venerable token on his waist. Han Fei was speechless and said with a black face, "I was forced to do this." Shu Xiaoman. Han Fei's face began to change. The next moment, Zhang Xuanyu's handsome face appeared on Han Fei's face. Wow! After seeing Han Fei's new face, Shu Xiaoman couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Although you are a little different from the humans of our Shuemu heaven, this is not bad. So which face is the real one? I knew human beings couldn't be so ugly." Seeing Han Fei's almost angry eyes, Shu Xiaoman immediately realized something and shut up. Han Fei snorted, thinking, thank God that Zhang Xuanyu didn't come to the Shuemu heaven. Otherwise, Wu Shangshui would have killed him in less than 3 days. After all, the people of the Shuemu heaven were really good-looking. Knowing that she had said something wrong, Shu Xiaoman couldn't help but say apologetically, "Well, in fact, you were quite fierce before." "Well, yes, very fierce." Han Fei rolled his eyes, thinking, don't compliment me if you don't know how to. But Han Fei said solemnly, "You will eventually find how popular a man like me is in the Yin Yang heaven. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. The reason why I use this face is to avoid trouble. I don't want to waste my time." When Han Fei walked out of the last teleportation array, he found that the surrounding temperature plummeted. When he walked out, he saw a white glacier. There were also a large number of ice jars. Han Fei saw Han and saw Yi Fei. "You." Young man nodded and said, "Because there is no land on this side of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. The area that the roots of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree can reach has become the Bone Jar Plain." It seemed like the number of living beings that had died in battle was simply too many. Shu Xiaoman said, "Actually, it's just a souvenir. There are only signs in the bone jars. Sometimes when the ice jars break, it means that the person has finally died. Then new bone jars will be put up, and the cycle will start again." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Where is the battlefield? Do we still need teleportation arrays?" Shu Xiaoman shook her head. "There are no teleportation arrays in the Bone Jar Ice Field. People fly there to pay homage to the heroes who have sacrificed themselves. We can fly there directly from here." With that, Shu Xiaoman was about to take Han Fei to the Bone Jar Ice Field. But when she turned her head, she found that Han Fei didn't move. Not only did he not move, but Han Fei also took out a boat. Shu Xiaoman was surprised, looking at the strangely shaped, gorgeous wind god boat. "Is this a boat?" Han Fei patted the boat and said, "Come on. Don't you have a boat?" Shu Xiaoman was a little confused. "Yes, but we rarely use boats, and I've never seen such a boat. And how can we sail on the ice?" The wind god boat floated directly into the air, cut through the sky with a swish, and swept across the sky. Shu Xiaoman exclaimed, "Ah, boat, how can a boat fly?" Han Fei frowned slightly. "That's not right. Doesn't the Shuemu heaven have floating stones? Although the Immortal Palace is also supported by the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. But doesn't the Immortal Palace need floating stones? Or is the Yin Yang heaven special?" Han Fei said, "This is a fishing boat unique to the Yin Yang heaven. It can be controlled and flown. My boat is quite ordinary. It can only fly more than 60,000 kilometers a day." Taking out the wind god boat, Han Fei wondered if it was time to upgrade the wind god boat. With his current attainments and arrays, he could easily make the wind god boat reach a speed of 80,000 kilometers. If he upgraded the materials and refined the wind god boat into a semi-divine weapon, then it shouldn't be a problem to double the speed. Of course, this didn't seem to make sense. Even if the wind god boat doubled its speed, it wouldn't be as fast as flying. Besides, he had to refine it into a divine weapon. Only then could he fly as fast as a shuttle. After flying out hundreds of kilometers, Han Fei looked back at the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. At that time, a heartfelt shock came from the bottom of his heart, because even at this time he still couldn't see the top or bottom of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. While the wind god boat was galloping, one perception after another swept over him. Some law enforcers even chased him all the way, wondering what this thing was. However, when someone saw the venerable token on Han Fei, he immediately exclaimed, "Venerable token? I'm sorry. Buzz, buzz, buzz." A large group of big-winged flying insects chased the wind god boat and exclaimed, "Huh, did the humans invent some kind of divine weapon? It looks like a boat. Huh, this boat looks so strange. Why can a boat fly?" The insects chattered for a long time, and even two ladybug-like insects landed on the wind god boat, not paying much attention to Han Fei's venerable token. Then there were two. At first, there were two ladybugs, then a red-winged demonic insect, and then a purple, white-headed sparrow landed on the boat. Han Fei said, Hey, don't stand up anymore, or the boat will be crushed by you." The big beetle asked, "Human, you look a bit strange." The insect didn't look strange, but it just felt a bit different. However, in their eyes, humans all looked the same and couldn't tell them apart. The bird said, "Wait, when I came here, I heard that someone from the Yin-Yang heaven came. However, everyone said that the person is powerful, but a bit ugly." Han Fei's face darkened as he listened. Shu Xiaoman was still trying to hold back her laughter. Han Fei immediately roared, "Well, what's that? I'm in a hurry. Take your time." Then with a swish, the wind god boat disappeared. Shu Xiaoman was about to say something, but Han Fei grabbed her, and with a swish, the two of them disappeared. Shu Xiaoman had never seen the heavenly void divine walking technique. She exclaimed, "So fast! That's at least the speed of an intermediate explorer." Han Fei said, "Are the Zergs all talkative?" Shu Xiaoman nodded. "In a sense, a little bit. The Sky Clan is much better. They are usually aloof." As they talked, the two had crossed the bone jar ice field. At this time, Han Fei found that above this ice, a large number of humans, insects, tree demons, and giant beaked birds were fighting on this ice. Shu Xiaoman said, "After crossing the bone jar ice field, it's the land of winter. This is just an ordinary battlefield, mostly hanging fissures and hidden fissures. When you reach the level of law enforcer, you're usually in the depths of the land of winter." Han Fei saw the beak of the giant beaked bird turn on the ice and immediately dig a hole. And then a little tree ant dug out the thick ice. Then a bunch of creatures came out of the hole. There were demonic plants, sea worms, crabs, and strange fish in the shape of snowballs. Although they knew that someone was passing by in the sky, they had long been used to it and didn't pay attention to it. They just thought it was an explorer passing by. Half an hour later, Han Fei saw a huge ice wall that spanned a long distance in the distance. He knew that this was the ice wall that Shu Xiaoman had mentioned. In his perception, there were battles of various sizes going on outside the city wall. However, the intensity was not high. Most of them were battles between law enforcers, and there were no battles between explorers. Han Fei said in surprise, "Is this the level of the battle?" Shu Xiaoman said, "You can't expect there to be battles every day. Otherwise, the Shuemu heaven would have been destroyed in the war. Even strong masters need time to accumulate strength. This is just a training exercise for both sides. Occasionally, there will be a big battle, which is to consume the strength of the Shuemu heaven. They intend to slowly nibble away at our strength in this way." Swish, swish. When Han Fei and Shu Xiaoman landed on the city wall, they saw that the city wall was thousands of meters thick, like a super large ice cube. On the outside side of the city wall, there were dense arrays. It could be seen how much effort the strong masters of the Shuemu heaven had put into this ice wall. At this moment, many law enforcers were walking on the city wall. There were also creatures of various races setting up stalls here, but there were not many stalls. When Han Fei and Shu Xiaoman arrived, many people scanned them with their perception. However, although Shu Xiaoman was a heavenly talent, there were so many creatures on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree that it was impossible for everyone to know her, so no one paid attention to her. In short, the realm of ice was, in a sense, a place for training. Under normal circumstances, the number of deaths was very low. Shu Xiaoman pointed outside the ice wall and said, "Some people will cross the ice wall and go straight into the deep sea. If you want to see a real battle between strong masters, you can only see it outside. There are many special resources that can only be obtained in the outer seas." Han Fei smiled. "Do you dare to go?" Shu Xiaoman was slightly taken aback. Within 100,000 kilometers. Beyond this range, it's hard to predict. Han Fei pondered for a moment. "Why don't you wait here and I'll go out and have a look?" Shu Xiaoman was a little surprised. "Are you in such a hurry? Do you want to experience the battle on the ice wall first?" Looking at the battle in the distance, Han Fei shook his head slightly. "Too weak. It's boring." Shu Xiaoman saw Han Fei licking his lips. For some reason, her heart skipped a beat. What does this guy want to do? Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1180. Different from everyone in the Shuemu heaven, Han Fei felt something was wrong when he heard young man talk about the 4 realms of the Shuemu heaven. In the Yin Yang heaven, human beings were actually the ones who took the initiative to attack. For example, when he was on the Scattered Stars Island, there were often battles led by strong people to kill them. However, in the Shuemu heaven, the realm of ice was guarded by ice and snow walls. The dark war port was guarded by the fearless barrier. The sea of flames had the wall of flames, and the whole sea seemed to have an endless trench. From the looks of it, Shuemu Sky's fighting style was more of a defensive one, just like how they would defend a city. It was not wrong to say that this was the case. In different times, different fighting routes had their own advantages, but the Shuemu heaven had been defending for countless years. Hadn't they taken the initiative? Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Young man, have any strong masters from the Shuemu heaven attacked the royal city?" "Huh, attacked the royal city." Young man was dumbfounded. Who would be stupid enough to attack the royal city? Since it was called the royal city, there must be a huge deep-sea demon guarding it. Young man shook her head repeatedly. She had never thought of this kind of thing. Han Fei grinned. Sure enough, if there was a king in the Yin Yang heaven, according to Xue Shinqi's character and the style of the Thug Academy, he would definitely give it a try. It was hard to say whether he could defeat the other party or not, but he would definitely fight. Besides, since most of the time the realm of ice was only used as a training ground, didn't it mean that the outer sea rarely fought? In other words, the outer sea had never been robbed, right? Han Fei glanced at Forge the Universe. Over the years, although he had accumulated a lot of resources, he had used a lot of them. Especially when he was reincarnated, he consciously and unconsciously used a lot of resources. Han Fei immediately fixed his eyes. "How far is it to the royal city?" Young man didn't know what he meant and replied blankly, "The royal city is in the direction of the dark war port and the sea of flames." Han Fei almost laughed out loud. He quickly coughed and said, "Young man, you know, I came to the Yin Yang heaven to undergo a tribulation and to gain experience. Now that I'm here, I can't go back after taking a look at the ice and snow walls, can I?" Young Shu said, "If it's not too far away, I'll go with you. This official has instructed me to do so." Han Fei waved his hand. "Well, I may have to go very far, more than 100,000 kilometers. Young Shu man was surprised. "That's dangerous. There are often Dao-seeking realm monsters there." Han Fei grinned. "Well, actually I'm going to look for a Dao realm demon. Ordinary peak sea spirits are no longer enough for me to gain experience. Therefore it is dangerous for me to go there. You stay here. I'll be back as soon as possible. I'll be gone for at most half a month at most." "No." Shu Xiaoman said firmly, "As long as you go out, I have to follow you. You're not familiar with Shuemu Sky at all, and you still want to go out alone for half a month? Besides, you're about to undergo tribulation. So what else do you need to train for?" Ugh! Han Fei was dumbfounded. I just want to experience how it feels to fight a Tao-seeking state demon. Shu Xiaoman glanced at Han Fei's venerable token and immediately took a breath. Then I'll go too. Anyway, you have the venerable token. Once something goes wrong, the silent messenger can come very quickly. Han Fei glanced at his venerable token and quickly stuffed it into his trousers. This thing couldn't be exposed for the time being. Otherwise, he felt that Shu Xiaoman looked at the venerable token more than at him. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Okay, you can go with me, but you have to listen to my orders. Shu Xiaoman nodded. I won't participate in your training. Besides, I'm not an ordinary peak-level law enforcer. My spiritual beast is a lightning fish. If I have to run, I can run very fast. Hearing this, Han Fei was relieved. In his opinion, as long as he didn't encounter 2 advanced explorers or peak-level explorers at the same time, he would be able to run away. If he really encountered a peak-level explorer, he would call Jing as soon as possible and then escape at full speed. Han Fei nodded. Okay, you're right. With that, Han Fei leaped into the air and flew straight out of the sea. When Han Fei and Shu Xiaoman left the ice wall, someone was slightly surprised. You've just arrived. Why are you going out so soon? However, more people didn't take it seriously. As long as they didn't go far, it wouldn't be a big problem. At most, they would attract some sea spirit powerhouses. 3,000 kilometers away, in Han Fei's perception, 3 sea spirit creatures appeared. An ice flood dragon had been following them from a distance, and 2 half-mermaids were also following them secretly. Shu Xiaoman looked a little nervous. Should we kill them? Otherwise, they will call for more people and try to surround us. Han Fei responded, No, fly slowly. Let them follow us for a while and wait for them to launch an attack. Shu Xiaoman muttered in her heart, Wait for them to launch an attack? There was no telling whether Han Fei was extremely confident or overly proud. This was the outer sea, not the ice wall. If something really happened, no one would immediately appear to help him. 5,000 kilometers away, in Han Fei's perception, 7 peak-level sea spirit creatures appeared, and he even heard a half-mermaid's voice transmission, Should we do it now? And the person who was asked said, Don't do it. This place is too close to the ice wall. Besides, humans who dare to go out of the sea are definitely not weak. Call 2 more people and try to kill them. When they were thousands of kilometers away, Han Fei suddenly said, They are going to attack. Follow me down. With that, Han Fei quickly descended and landed on the ice. Han Fei punched the ice and carefully looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he quietly took out a fishing rod. With a swish, the fishing hook hooked a squid that had just entered the sea demon realm. In the distance, a half-mermaid said in surprise, What is this guy doing? The ice flood dragon's eyes were cold. Did he come here just to hunt a squid in the sea demon realm? A half-mermaid shouted, He is definitely a peak-level law enforcer. No matter what he is doing, kill him. Swish, swish. Han Fei casually pinched the squid to death and stuffed it into Forge the Universe. Smiling slightly, Shu Xiaoman asked, How about it? How many are there in total? Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. Only 9. Shu Xiaoman. Before Shu Xiaoman asked, she heard Han Fei murmur, 3, 2, 1, swish. Suddenly, Shu Xiaoman found that Han Fei disappeared. At the moment when Han Fei disappeared, a half-mermaid suddenly shouted, Not good. This person is too fast. He doesn't look like a peak-level law enforcer. Retreat. However, just after this half-mermaid shouted, less than a second later, suddenly there was a boom sound and a cold light suddenly appeared in the water. Then the ice WIRM's head was chopped off with a single slash. The fastest black fish was about to use a secret technique when half of its body turned into black light. As a result, the shadow of a sledgehammer crashed down and its head was suddenly split into pieces. Explorer, He is an explorer. The space twisted, and with two puffs, two escaping half-mermaids were directly chopped into pieces. From beginning to end, they didn't even see how Han Fei attacked. The remaining 5 half-mermaids shouted in unison, "Sea King arrives!" Bam! 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 The ice burst open, and in an instant a huge waterman appeared, a giant shark appeared, and an octopus swept around. At the moment when Han Fei attacked, Shu Xiaoman had already rushed in Han Fei's direction. She thought, Han Fei is strong, but there are 9 sea spirit realm powerhouses on the other side, and I should be able to deal with 2. However, Shu Xiaoman had only run 100 kilometers. A roar burst out in the void. In an instant, hundreds of beast phantoms rushed on the bottom of the sea, and the ice within dozens of kilometers cracked. Puff! 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 Shu Xiaoman watched the waterman collapse from a distance, and the shark's teeth were all broken. When she arrived, she saw that Han Fei was holding a total of 9 sea-swallowing seashells and a bunch of semi-divine weapons or low-quality divine weapons, which were thrown on the ground like garbage. And Han Fei was muttering, "Not rich. The Sea Clan in the realm of ice is a bit poor." Gulp! Shu Xiaoman swallowed and looked at Han Fei in shock, as if there were 10,000 iron-head fish crashing in her heart. "I haven't even run yet, and your battle is already over? Also, you're holding 9 sea-swallowing seashells, and you claim to be poor?" Han Fei shook his head and rummaged through their sea-swallowing seashells in disdain. After a dozen seconds or so, Han Fei said with a dark expression, "I think, according to my confirmation, although the sea race in the realm of ice may be a little poor, they're not as good as the sea race in the realm of ice. However, judging from the proportion of resources they obtained, most of them were spirit fruits and profound stones. This means that there are a lot of resources outside the realm of frost." Young man Shu was stunned. "Aren't you here to gain experience?" Shu Xiaoman pointed to the semi-divine weapons and low-quality divine weapons on the ground. "These are low-quality divine weapons. Can you just leave it here?" Han Fei nodded and picked up the weapons on the ground. He said righteously, "Isn't this an experience for me? Plundering the resources of the sea race to replenish the lives of tens of thousands of people. Isn't that right?" But Shu Xiaoman choked and was rendered speechless by Han Fei. Why does it sound so reasonable? But in her heart, for some reason, she always felt that Han Fei was here to rob them. But no. Shu Xiaoman pointed to the sea demons. "What about them?" 9 sea spirit realm experts died at once. There will definitely be Tao-seeking state demons coming to check. What should we do now? Return to the ice wall? Han Fei immediately tilted his head and looked at Shu Xiaoman, thinking, "Why is this girl so stubborn? If I didn't want to be discovered, I would have taken these sea demons away. I must have kept them for a reason." Han Fei said, "Don't panic. At this critical moment, the only thing we have to do is wait." Shu Xiaoman immediately took a breath and exclaimed, "Are you really going to wait for a Tao-seeking state demon?" The third update. Please vote. The update was delayed by an hour today, mainly because I was too busy. I didn't even have a place to set up my computer. Actually, the plot progresses very quickly. Don't panic. The exciting plot will come quickly. Well, it's fine if I keep feeling good. There are ups and downs, flat scenes, climaxes, twists, and so on. Let's not talk about this anymore. The author is going to get hit with a brick. Because I'm clean, my hands that write have to carry a brick. In the end, I still have to bear everything. Laughing emoji. End of this chapter. Chapter 1181. Inside the concealment array. Han Fei said, "Well, young man, if I have too many resources on me, is there any way that I can sell them quickly without setting up a stall?" Young man said, "Don't you want to give back to thousands of creatures?" Han Fei was annoyed. If I give back to them, they should give back to me, right? I actually have very low requirements. It doesn't matter if I suffer some losses. Young man Shu felt that she had seen through Han Fei's mind. This guy was out to rob. But now, young man Shu was shocked by Han Fei's combat efficiency. It was too fast. Just now, there were 9 sea spirit realm powerhouses. Ordinary law enforcers would be lucky if they could escape. However, in Han Fei's hands, the situation was reversed. At this point, young man Shu probably knew why she lost. And she probably knew why Han Fei dared to go deep into the outer sea of the realm of ice alone. Young man Shu said leisurely, "If, in fact, you are not afraid of suffering losses, you can have 2 ways. One is the market of our human race, which is very lively. The other is to directly exchange with Venerable Snow. It's just that the things in Venerable Snow's hands are not affordable for ordinary people." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Oh, really?" Han Fei thought, "There are only 2 reasons why I can't afford it. Either the quality is not up to standard, or the quantity is not up to standard. I don't belong to the category of people who can't afford it. It's not a big deal to rob more. That's what I used to do." Under the concealment of the array, Han Fei waited for a full hour. In addition to the sea spirit realm creatures passing by, most of the sea demons exclaimed that something had happened here. However, none of the Tao-seeking realm monsters appeared. Han Fei was a little impatient. Is the royal city so capricious? A sea spirit realm creature was nothing in their eyes. They don't even send someone to check on us. Young man Shu took a breath and said, "Maybe this place is too close to the ice and snow city wall. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me wait for a long time." Immediately, Han Fei removed the concealment array and the breath concealing array and said, "Let's go to the outer sea." Young man Shu frowned and reminded him, "Han Fei, I know you are very strong. However, it was impossible for 9 sea spirits to die at the same time without anyone noticing. There will definitely be people guessing that an explorer has taken action on the ice wall." Han Fei glanced at her silently. "Why don't you go back? I like to act alone. You're too slow." Young man Shu felt that he was despised. He must have been despised. Young man shook her head firmly. "No, I want to follow you." Han Fei was speechless. The people of the Shuemu heaven are a bit simple. How could he be so stupid? Han Fei immediately said, "Okay, but no matter what happens in the future, listen to me." Shu Xiaoman nodded and thought to herself, "You, a top genius of the Yin-Yang heaven, aren't afraid. I can't lose face for the Shuemu heaven." The 2 of them set off again. Because they were all peak law enforcers, the sea folk didn't notice them at all. About 50,000 kilometers away from the ice city wall, Han Fei discovered that there were mines and spiritual fruits under the ice outside the domain of ice. There were also a lot of creatures here. However, the creatures here usually had a special characteristic. Except for some special species, most of them were snails and crustaceans. Besides, their colors were mostly ice blue and white, and there were basically sharp blades or spikes on their bodies. Was it because they wanted to break the ice? That's why they evolved like this. After several times, young man Shu said, "Han Fei, I found spiritual fruits." Han Fei was unmoved. "Don't worry about it." Young man Shu asked, "You don't want spiritual fruits? We just need to spend a little time to get them." Han Fei curled the corner of his mouth slightly. A few spiritual fruits are not worth wasting time. By the way, which part of the domain of ice is remote? Is it because the creatures of the Shuemu heaven don't go there often? Young man Shu pointed to the west. Go west, because the west of the domain of ice is connected to the Sea of Flames. So the temperature and environment there are better. However, it's usually more dangerous there. Now, young man Shu no longer resisted Han Fei's questions. She didn't think that Han Fei was the kind of person who would risk his life for no reason. Han Fei said, "Let's go west." An hour later, young man Shu saw Han Fei slow down. She sensed that there were a lot of sea spirit realm creatures. Besides, these sea spirit realm creatures were relatively concentrated. Although there were no peak-level sea spirits, there are 3 sea spirit realm creatures within 1,000 kilometers, which could only mean that this place was getting more and more dangerous. Suddenly, one of the crabs suddenly raised its eyes. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Han Fei disappeared with a swish. Without even breaking the ice, he appeared directly in front of the cave. Crack! In young Manchu's perception, Han Fei stepped on a breath, concealing a ray. Immediately afterward, the crab suddenly lay on the ground and was cut in half by a knife. Han Fei said to her via voice transmission, "Your soul power is too weak. Don't perceive anything more than 300 kilometers away. If you are discovered and the other party really calls for help, it will be too late no matter how fast I am." Young Manchu. Han Fei directly emptied the crab's hole, dug out 3 spiritual fruits, and grabbed a sea-swallowing seashell. Then he stuffed the whole crab into Forge the Universe. Gulp! Shu Xiaoman swallowed her saliva. She really didn't dare to imagine what she would do if she encountered an opponent like Han Fei on the battlefield. She had a rough judgment. Under Han Fei's sneak attack, within a range of 500 kilometers, she might not even be able to use her law enforcement ability before she was obliterated by Han Fei. What terrified young man the most was that Han Fei's mastery of space power allowed him to ignore the ice and appear directly under the ice, silently. Those sea spirit realm creatures probably couldn't imagine it at all. Han Fei didn't come up, but set up a breath, concealing a ray, and a stealth array on himself, and then directly rushed to 2 places inside. Young Manchu didn't dare to perceive at will, so she focused her perception directly on Han Fei. Puff! Puff! In less than 10 minutes, 3 sea spirit realm sea demons died one after another before they could even react. When Han Fei reappeared on the wind god boat, he said lightly, "These few are relatively weak. I set up a stealth array, and breath concealing array on the boat. You act according to the circumstances. I'm not on the boat." If this was in the 10,000 Demon Valley, this kind of situation wouldn't normally occur. And there wouldn't be sea spirit realm creatures cultivating within 100,000 kilometers of the human settlement area. Therefore, Han Fei's confidence was greatly boosted at this moment. As long as he was fast enough, he could rob them before they could react. In just an hour, Han Fei quietly killed 27 sea spirit realm sea demons. Among them, as many as 6 were at the peak of the sea spirit realm. At this moment, Han Fei was looting the undersea cave of a half-mermaid. From this person's sea-swallowing seashell, he found more than 300 spiritual fruits, more than 10,000 kilograms of spirit-awakening fluid, a mid-quality divine weapon, 6 low-quality divine weapons, and several pieces of extremely high-quality minerals. TSK, it's not as fast as robbing. Han Fei sighed with emotion. Suddenly, in his perception, a half-mermaid in a dark blue battle suit tore the void more than 800 kilometers away, and it was a cave that Han Fei had just looted. Seeing this scene, Han Fei knew that a strong master finally couldn't sit still. So many sea spirit realm sea demons had been killed in a row. The other party couldn't be indifferent. Han Fei immediately said to young man, "There's a Tao-seeking state, sea demon. Don't do anything. Hold your breath and don't move." Young man's heart trembled. Is a Tao-seeking state, sea demon, finally here? In young man's view, Han Fei's robbing speed was too fast. If there were hundreds of freakishly strong masters like Han Fei in the Shuemu heaven, the Sea clan would never be so unscrupulous. As Han Fei said, young man didn't dare to move at all. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't resist a Tao-seeking state sea demon. But Han Fei didn't seem to see it. When the Tao-seeking state sea demon appeared, Han Fei knew that he didn't have much time left on this robbery trip. However, he didn't panic at all. Just now, he sent a voice transmission to young man just to test whether the Tao-seeking state sea demon could perceive the Tao. If it was a peak-level Tao-seeking state sea demon, it could definitely feel it. However, the other party didn't, which meant that the other party's perception was not strong enough to understand what was happening thousands of kilometers away in an instant. In this case, Han Fei was naturally relieved. Even if the other party was an advanced explorer, even if he couldn't beat him, he could still escape easily. Han Fei pretended not to notice it at all, put away the things, and slightly opened his breath, concealing a ray and stealth array. In an instant, the half-mermaid suddenly looked in Han Fei's direction. "Humph! I finally found you. Huh, a peak-level law enforcer?" The Tao-seeking state sea demons' eyes narrowed. Were those sea spirit state sea demons all killed by this peak-level law enforcer? If he could kill sea spirit state sea demons at such a high frequency, how could he be a peak-level law enforcer? But after sensing again, he confirmed that there was indeed only Han Fei here. Besides, there was still blood flowing in that cave. It was definitely him. A top human heavenly talent? Humph! Don't even think about leaving. The man tore the void and disappeared more than 900 kilometers away. At the moment when the Tao-seeking state, sea demon, tore the void, Han Fei sneered. "You dare to come here alone? Are you here to deliver a package?" Rip. The void was suddenly torn apart, and Han Fei pretended to be shocked and ran away. The half-mermaid yelled, "Do you think you can run away?" At the speed of 100 kilometers per step, the half-mermaid appeared in front of Han Fei and stabbed a harpoon at him. But the next moment, Han Fei suddenly turned around and grinned. "You're here?" Chapter 1182. Han Fei's smile startled the Tao-seeking state demon. What did he mean? His first reaction was that there was an ambush here, so he hurriedly retreated. But at the moment when the clone sensed the surroundings, he heard an earth-shattering roar. At that moment, hundreds of beasts rushed at him and roared. Humph! The half-mermaid felt as if his brain was about to explode. He immediately grunted and tasted something sweet in his throat. When he finally came back to his senses, he suddenly felt a life-and-death crisis. Not only was someone competing with him for control of his body, but he also felt that his vitality was being devoured crazily. He could even feel that his vitality was being devoured at a crazy rate. He felt that his skin was becoming more compact and his strength was being weakened. Han Fei looked calm. This time he was waiting for a Tao-seeking state demon to test his sky-stealing technique. The 6th level of the void fishing art was called the sky-stealing technique, formerly known as the luck-stealing technique. From the name alone, the luck-stealing technique might be easier to understand. But when he used the sky-stealing technique, Han Fei knew how domineering and extremely powerful technique could be. The so-called sky-stealing technique was not really stealing the heavenly Tao. Instead, it was to steal other people's luck, to steal other people's heavenly techniques and fate. It could be understood as stealing other people's fate. Different from the law of time, the law of time could control time in a small range, speeding up or slowing it down. The strong could make the time in the area pass crazily and take people's lives. But the sky-stealing technique was different. It directly stole other people's life potential. The old turtle said leisurely, "Your technique is not weak, but it cannot transform much vitality. Besides, your root bone is extremely young, so this technique is of little use to you. Even if you suck it dry, I'm afraid it won't increase your lifespan by 10 years. This is related to your age." This was the first time that Han Fei had used the sky-swallowing technique on a Tao-seeking state demon. He could control souls through the void lines before, and now he could devour vitality through the void lines. Besides, the void lines didn't seem to be so interested in soul treasures anymore. Han Fei replied, "So this technique is useless against me?" The old turtle said, "It's still useful. Maybe after 1,000 years, when your bones have aged, you can use this technique to keep your bones young. Take the venerable realm, for example. Others might have a lifespan of 10,000 years, but with this technique, you might be able to extend your lifespan to 20,000 years or even longer." Han Fei was shocked. In that case, the sky-stealing technique is definitely a divine technique. Other people need fate fruits to sustain their lives, so I can just steal from others. The old turtle cackled. However, at that time, I'm afraid you'll be treated as a devil. Han Fei curled his lips. I don't care about demons at all. The main reason is that my objective has never been the Exalt realm, and it's the King realm instead. At that time, living for a few tens of thousands of years would be extremely easy. Therefore, Han Fei didn't feel much about the heaven-stealing art. He didn't want to devour anyone's vitality at this moment. He'd better keep the heaven-stealing art as a trump card. Well then, the Tao-seeking realm demon was shocked. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. He saw a sword light that could tear the heavens and the earth open suddenly. Puff! Even to his death, the half-mermaid didn't know who killed him. He didn't believe that a peak-level law enforcer could be so strong. Unfortunately, he couldn't see it. Sitting on the wind god boat, Shu Xiaoman watched this scene in shock. Her mouth opened and her eyes widened. A Tao-seeking realm powerhouse died just like that? Didn't he just come out? Shu Xiaoman, who had witnessed the whole process, didn't know how to describe such a battle. The Tao-seeking realm demon, after tearing the void, only had time to take one step and strike with his spear. Then he was inexplicably slashed by Han Fei's sword. Who wouldn't be horrified by this? Not to mention whether the half-mermaid had exerted his full strength or not. Not to mention the battle suit on his body, or even his physique. Even if he shot an arrow with all his strength, he wouldn't be able to seriously injure him. However, in Han Fei's hands, the battle suit was at least at the level of a divine weapon, and the super-strong physique of a Tao-seeking realm cultivator. But he was slashed to death like a piece of paper? At this moment, Shu Xiaoman felt that she had underestimated Han Fei's strength. The Tao-seeking realm and the sea spirit realm were simply two different levels. Normally, a peak-level law enforcer, no matter how talented he was, could at most be comparable to a powerhouse who had just entered the Tao-seeking realm. But Han Fei's strength was completely beyond her understanding of power. Han Fei directly took out the sun-moon shell of this Tao-seeking realm half-mermaid. Yes, they all used sea, swallowing seashells. This guy used the sun-moon shell. However, before Han Fei could check it, he heard a voice in his heart. Boy, why don't you run away? I feel the smell of a peak-level Tao-seeking realm demon. Han Fei was taken aback. A peak-level Tao-seeking realm demon appeared? Swish! Han Fei appeared directly on the wind god boat, put away the wind god boat, and grabbed Shu Xiaoman, who was in a daze. Let's go, let's go. Shu Xiaoman. Han Fei made up his mind. When he went back this time, he wouldn't take this burden with him. If Shu Xiaoman was not there, with his own ability, he could turn into a siren and go around again, and he would definitely be able to find a lot. However, Han Fei had only run for half an hour when the old turtle reminded him, Go into the void! Someone is chasing us. Han Fei activated the phantom glass wings and the heaven void divine walking technique, and Shu Xiaoman only felt that there was a flash of light in front of her. At the next moment, before Shu Xiaoman realized what was going on, with a swish, her eyes had turned into a dark void. Shu Xiaoman was shocked. Can a law enforcer tear the void? Han Fei replied, No, but when I'm fast enough, I can still rush in. More than 5,000 kilometers away, the void trembled, and a strong man-fish-like expert broke out of the void. If Han Fei saw this person, he would definitely recognize him. Isn't this an Azure Sea Blue Demon? In the 10,000 Demon Valley, it was said that it was extremely difficult for Azure Sea Blue Demons to cultivate to a high level. If Han Fei saw this person, he might have other ideas about the realm of ice. Humph! You want to run after killing my people? If you want to run, I'll wait for you at the Ice City Wall. A long conch appeared in the Azure Sea Blue Demon's hand, and there was a gurgling sound. The next moment, he tore the void again. It was not that he didn't want to chase and fight in the void, but that he was afraid of being ambushed. Han Fei ran all the way and shouted, I told you not to follow me. Otherwise, it would be much more convenient for me to run alone. Shu Shao Man gritted her teeth. You are a guest from the Yin Yang heaven. I told you to follow me. Han Fei was speechless. After about half an hour, the old turtle suddenly said, You can't go back. Someone is blocking your way. Seeing that Han Fei suddenly changed directions, Shu Shao Man wondered, This is not the way to the Ice City Wall, is it? Han Fei said, The way is blocked. Let's go to the Sea of Flames. Relying on the map of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree in his mind, Han Fei changed directions and went directly in the direction of the Sea of Flames. As for the Ice City Wall, Han Fei wasn't worried at all. Since it had been erected there for thousands of years, it couldn't be broken through by a few big demons at the peak level of the Tao-seeking state. Otherwise, the realm of ice would have been broken through. Outside, within 10,000 kilometers of the Ice City Wall, 7 or 8 experts at the peak level of the Tao-seeking state came. A half-mermaid asked gloomily, Green Demon, where is he? The azure sea blue demon frowned and said, He ran in the direction of the Ice City Wall. He should be here soon. Someone looked back at the direction of the Ice City Wall. This place is too close to the Ice City Wall. We can't stay for long. Someone roared. The Ice City Wall hasn't had a large-scale war for a long time. The Shuemu Heaven is provoking us. They slaughtered as many as 50 sea spirit state experts at once. We must teach them a lesson. Beep, beep. A loud horn suddenly sounded on the Ice City Wall. A peak-level explorer shouted, Everyone, prepare for battle! Chirp, chirp, clatter, clatter, hum, hum. The creatures who had set up stalls on the city wall immediately packed up and stood on the city wall. The sky was occupied by the Sky Clan and the Insect Clan in an instant. The little Trent's roots were stuck on the city wall, and some were hanging on the city wall. Their bodies were parallel to the ground. Several peak-level explorers crossed the city wall and stood in midair. Someone roared, Does the Sea Clan want to start a war? Someone was puzzled. There are no more Sea Clan members coming. There are only a few big demons at the peak level of the Tao-seeking state. They seem to be blocking the way. Someone pondered and said, How many people have gone to the outer sea recently? Humph, no matter what, we'll drive them away when everyone is here. At this moment, someone from the Sea Clan roared, You from the Shuemu Heaven, don't you know what you've done? You sent people to plunder the outer sea and slaughter the sea spirit state experts of the Sea Clan. This matter is not over. On the Shuemu Heaven's side, many creatures were dumbfounded. Since when did we slaughter the Sea Clan? We didn't even send people out. How could we slaughter them? A big bird said telepathically, Did an expert pass by the outer sea and slaughter a nest of sea demons? A tree demon shook its branches and leaves. Those who dare to slaughter people in the outer sea must at least be peak-level explorers. Once we're surrounded, we'll suffer a great loss. A bug buzzed. Is it possible that a venerable was passing by? Did he pinch some people to death? Someone was speechless. Are you stupid? If it was really a venerable, would these people dare to chase us? The battlefield of a venerable is never the realm of ice. Someone roared. In any case, wait for a moment and drive them away. While the Ice City Wall was preparing for war, Han Fei was quarreling with the big turtle. The big turtle said, Idiot, there aren't many experts in this damn place. Now that those people are going to stop you, can't you go and raid their homes? Han Fei said, You damn turtle, I can tell that you're up to no good. I don't believe that the great realm of frost doesn't have anyone guarding its headquarters. Old turtle, do you want me to die? Then you can use this as a pretext to reappear and try to seize my soul? The old turtle scolded angrily. You have this gourd. Are you afraid that I will attack you? You brat, sometimes you're brave, but sometimes you're cowardly to death. Han Fei scoffed. You stupid turtle, you are timid. Your whole family is timid. Let me remind you, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. After quarreling with the big turtle for a while, Han Fei thought quickly. In fact, it didn't seem impossible. However, he had a burden with him. He didn't want what happened to Lin Miao Miao to happen again. Besides, if he really wanted to raid a Dao-seeking realm monster, he should at least wait until he became an explorer. If he went now, the old turtle must be up to no good. And the old turtle's eyes flickered. This human is too greedy. Why isn't he greedy now? He's not tempted by such a good opportunity. Has he really seen through me? The old turtle raised his head, glanced at the demon purification pot, and was horrified. If he didn't find a way to escape from Han Fei's body now, when this kid really became an explorer, his strength would probably double. At that time, it would be even more difficult for him to escape. Han Fei didn't panic. This was just the first day he came to the Waterwood Heaven. He had 3 years to bring disaster to this place. He was not in a hurry. Han Fei turned his head and asked, "What's noteworthy about the Sea of Flames?" Shu Xiaoman was stunned and said blankly, "The Sea of Flames is similar to the realm of ice. However, the wall of flames in the Sea of Flames is only a means to screen the strong. If you want to pass through the wall of flames, you have to be at least a peak-level hidden fisher. Therefore, the wall of flames is close to the extreme battlefield. There are battles all year round, and both the human race and the sea race are guarded by venerables." Han Fei was surprised. Venerables guard it all year round. Shu Xiaoman responded, "Venerables generally don't take action. To be more precise, the extreme battlefield is more like a life-and-death arena. Explorers have their own battles, and law enforcers have their own battles. It's a strategic place that the sea race intends to continuously consume the combat power of the Waterwood Heaven." Han Fei's eyes lit up again. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Do they carry resources with them?" Shu Xiaoman shrank her head and looked at Han Fei in astonishment. "What do you want now?" Chapter 1183. Han Fei's speed was so fast that Shu Xiaoman found it terrifying. For the first time, she felt that speed was so important in the same realm. After running for more than an hour, Han Fei didn't know how far he had run. According to Han Fei's own estimation, he had flown more than 200,000 kilometers at full speed. He didn't even dare to think about this speed when he was still a hidden fisher. He could run so far in an hour. Therefore, the wind god boat was no longer of much use. Of course, he was only a law enforcer at the moment, and he just rushed into the void with his speed. Otherwise, with the explorer's knowledge of tearing space, he would be faster. On the sea, where there was no ice, a one-horned red shark was biting the corpse of an unknown creature. All of a sudden, a sword ray appeared out of thin air. With a puff, the shark, which was already at the early stage of the sea spirit realm, was split in half. From the beginning to the end, the big shark didn't know who had offended while eating a meal. How did it end up being hacked to death? From the void crack, Han Fei and Shu Xiaoman walked out. Shu Xiaoman looked at the shark that was hacked to death by Han Fei in astonishment and said in shock, "How do you know there are sea creatures outside?" Han Fei said leisurely, "Would you believe me if I said I just felt it?" Shu Xiaoman immediately shook her head. "The sea is so big. Do you think you can kill sea creatures? Then why don't you just split the sea every day?" Han Fei unhurriedly put the shark into Forge the Universe and said, "Don't make a fuss. It's just a shark that has just broken through to the sea spirit realm. The temperature here is indeed a bit high. I guess we should be there after a while." This time, Han Fei took out the wind god boat. He did this because he didn't want to go to the Sea of Flames in a hurry. Besides, this was the junction between the realm of ice and the Sea of Flames. He wanted to see if there were any sea demons' nests nearby. On the wind god boat, Han Fei lay on the special sofa and said lazily, "Tell me more about the Sea of Flames. Did they come here just to fight? Didn't they even bring their swallowing seashells?" Shu Xiaoman said with a dark face, "Of course I will, but there won't be many good things inside. Think about it, they must have used all that good stuff and felt that they were very powerful. That's why they went to the Sea of Flames to ask for battle. It was impossible for everyone to bring a whole body full of treasures to fight, right? If he died, wouldn't he be giving it to someone else for nothing? So, if there's really something good, I'll definitely use it immediately. Han Fei frowned. That makes sense. If that's the case, there's not much meaning in just fighting. However, Shu Xiaoman added, there are many special marine creatures fighting fiercely in the Sea of Flames, and the half-mermaids only account for a small part of them. Han Fei wondered, why? Shu Xiaoman explained, although half-mermaids can resist high-intensity flames, they're not very adapted to it. Except for a few half-mermaids who specialized in this, the Sea of Flames had restrictions on their abilities. It's the same for us human manipulators and tree demons. They usually don't want to go to the Sea of Fire. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Who's going? Shu Xiaoman nodded. The Insect Clan and the Sky Clan of the Fire attribute. As for the Sea Demons, most of them are extremely heat-resistant or have compatible attributes, so they like to go to the Sea of Fire. Han Fei took a breath and said, doesn't that mean that all the people living there are monsters fighting monsters? There aren't many humans, right? Shu Xiaoman nodded. The Insect Clan is not a monster. Most of the Insect Clan creatures are very cute. Han Fei curled his lips. He really couldn't associate the Insect Clan with cuteness. Shu Xiaoman hurriedly said, Han Fei, don't be racist. The Insect Queen is guarding the Sea of Fire. Be careful not to be heard by the Insect Queen and leave a bad impression. Puff! Han Fei immediately spurted out. He said in surprise, the Insect Queen? Is the Insect Queen still there? Han Fei thought to himself, if I remember correctly, when I first came to the Shuemu Heaven, I seem to have heard some children talk about the Insect Queen. Even if she is not a king, she should at least be at the peak of the venerable realm, right? Shu Xiaoman waved her hand. No, the Insect Queen is just a nickname. There are no obstacles for the growth of the Insect Clan before they reach the King Realm. They all develop into the role of the Insect Queen. There are 28 Insect Venerables in the Shuemu Heaven. Except for one Insect King, the rest are all Insect Queens. Han Fei was stunned. He took a deep breath and said, there are so many Venerables in the Insect Clan. Why didn't he know about the Insect Clan before? It's a bit fierce. The Shuemu Heaven has a total of 72 Venerables, not including Jing Air. One Insect Clan accounts for 28 Venerables. In other words, the Insect Clan is the race with the most Venerables in the Shuemu Heaven. The number of Venerables crushes the human race, the Sky Clan, and the Tree Demons. While controlling the Wind God boat to fly to the Sea of Fire, Han Fei asked, how many Insect Queens are there in the Sea of Fire? Shu Xiaoman said no more than 5. They are all around the fire tree and rotate once a year. Han Fei wondered, what about the other Insect Queens? Are they all in the Dark War Port? Shu Xiaoman shook her head. No, a small half of them are in the Dark War Port, and most of them are in the whole sea in the south. Han Fei frowned and said, didn't you say that the whole sea is a place for ordinary creatures to train? Why are there so many Venerables crowded in the whole sea? Shu Xiaoman also sighed slightly and said, that's a burst weapon. The Insect Clan is the strongest race in the Shuemu Heaven. The Venerables are only responsible for the crazy soldiers. Wait a minute. Let me ask you, what is a soldier explosion? Shu Xiaoman nodded and hurriedly explained, well, you are not from the Shuemu Heaven, so you may be a little surprised to hear it. The Insect Queen can devour energy and give birth to all kinds of low-level insects. She can also pay a great price to directly give birth to peak-level law enforcers. It is said that the strongest Insect Queen can give birth to more than 300 hanging fisher or 50 hidden fisher insects a day, and no more than 5 law enforcers. If it takes time, some Insect Queens will spend nearly half a year or even longer to give birth to a law enforcer insect with high potential. Wow, Han Fei was stunned. That's F asterisk king, outrageous. What kind of race is this? He had risked his life several times before he became a hanging fisher. However, an insect queen could give birth to 300 insects a day. How could there be such an unreasonable race in this world? So this is what a soldier explosion is. F asterisk CK, if it were in the yin yang heaven, it would only take 3 to 5 years for these insect queens to blow up the 10,000 Demon Valley. It was simply terrifying. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed and glanced around. Regardless of whether the insect queen noticed him or not, he said directly, "The insect clan is good." Puff. Shu Xiaoman smiled and said, "Actually, it's not that exaggerated. The insect clan occupies the whole sea mainly to train their soldiers. Although the insect race reproduced very quickly, just like the other races, they also needed to go through training. For example, although the strongest insect queen can give birth to 300 hanging fisher insects a day, it's not bad if 1/5 of them can really survive to the hidden fisher realm. At most, only 4 or 5 can survive the hidden fisher realm and grow to the law enforcer realm. However, the remaining few bugs are all true powerhouses, and they have all grown up through experience." Shu Xiaoman talked about the growth and history of the insect clan, but Han Fei felt that there was a duck quacking in his ear. From the beginning to the end, he understood that the insect queen was very good at giving birth. If it weren't for the fact that explorers needed to go through a tribulation, the insect queen would directly give birth to explorer-level insects. One day later, Han Fei and the others completely entered the Sea of Flames. The so-called Sea of Flames, whether in the sky or in the sea, was really burning red. Have you ever seen the sea burning? Han Fei saw it. In Han Fei's perception, there were undulating mountains here and magma surging in the belly. But this was not the origin of the name Sea of Flames. The Sea of Flames actually originated from a big tree. That big tree was naturally not as tall as the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, nor could it cover such a large area. In contrast, the size of that tree might only be 1% of the size of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. But even so, it was already not small. Han Fei was puzzled. Why was there a tree here? Wasn't the Cloud Sea Divine Tree afraid of heat? There were flames floating in the air. The temperature here had risen to a terrifying level, probably no less than the temperature of magma. And Han Fei had just entered the Sea of Flames. Shu Xiaoman's face was solemn at the moment. If we want to enter the Sea of Flames from the outside, we need to break through the wall of flames in one fell swoop. The Sea Clan Venerable won't take action. This is the tacit understanding between the Shuemu Heaven and the Sea Clan. Once the Sea Clan Venerable takes action, the Insect Queen will also take action. Han Fei frowned. What about the Sea Clan at the peak level of the Tao seeking state? Shu Xiaoman took a breath and said maybe. So, we need to find a relatively weak place and rush over. After all, the peak level of the Tao seeking state can't cross the void like the Venerable. Shu Xiaoman looked solemn, although she felt that Han Fei should be able to break through the wall of flames. But who could say for sure? He had to be prepared for a fight. Han Fei's first thought was to ask the old turtle. However, on second thought, what if this old turtle cheated me? Swish! With a thought, Little Black and Little White appeared. Shu Xiaoman was puzzled. Is this the legendary spirit swallowing fish? Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Do spirits swallowing fish need legends? Shu Xiaoman shook her head. Oh no, I know there are such creatures, but in this sea area, spirit swallowing fish are rarely seen, because it's difficult for them to survive here. Han Fei nodded. Oh, yes, spirit swallowing fish are indeed very weak. I usually only let my daughter find the way. Under Shu Xiaoman's puzzled gaze, Han Fei immediately touched Little White's head and said, Daughter, feel it. Which side is the least dangerous? Little White circled several times before flying to Han Fei's cheek. Dad, it's all dangerous. Shu Xiaoman's eyes widened. The book doesn't say that spirit-swallowing fish can talk, and this spirit-swallowing fish can call me Dad. Han Fei said, "Then where's the least dangerous?" Little White glanced at a 30-degree angle to Han Fei's left. "There. Okay, go back first. Dad will let you out to play later." Shu Xiaoman was stunned. "That's it." Han Fei grinned. "My daughter's words are always true." Chapter 1184. As a member of the Waterwood Heaven, Shu Xiaoman knew she had to guard the Cloud Sea Divine Tree since she was a child. She never thought that she could actually run amok in the outer sea, like Han Fei. At this moment, the two of them entered the void crack again. After about half an hour, Han Fei found a large number of creatures at the peak level of the Sea Demon Realm and even at the Sea Spirit Realm. It could be seen that the other side of the flame wall was extremely rich in resources. Unfortunately, they couldn't fight here. Otherwise, how could the other party's venerable just sit by and do nothing? After rushing forward for another 100 minutes, Han Fei passed by a Dao-seeking state demon and a serpent floating in the water. He didn't know whether it was cultivating or doing something else. They were only 1,000 kilometers apart. When Han Fei passed by the serpent suddenly opened its eyes and whipped the void with its tail. Huh. Han Fei's face changed slightly. F***CK. How could I be discovered? Beast King technique. Han Fei directly turned into a sky survey golden eagle, grabbed Shu Xiaoman, and began to rush at full speed. His speed suddenly increased by nearly 5 times. Hiss! Shu Xiaoman was dumbfounded again. Did Han Fei become a member of the Sky Clan? And his speed was so much faster all of a sudden? Shu Xiaoman was shocked to find that she had been shocked by Han Fei today. Every time, she felt that she had already known the limit of Han Fei's strength. However, every time, Han Fei could break her perception. Chilla! Chilla! Han Fei, who was rushing forward, suddenly saw 2 rays of light appearing almost at the same time in the boundless darkness. Subconsciously, Han Fei calculated with his fingers and found that the light in front of him on the left was not dangerous. A voice echoed in the void. "Venerable, you're not allowed to interfere with the junior's business." Humph! There's something wrong with this sky survey golden eagle. How can a peak-level law enforcer enter the void? The voice on the other side said, "Even so, it's not up to you, Venerable." Han Fei ran as fast as he could at that moment. He was really bold to rush under the nose of the Sea Clan's Venerable. He was ready to send a message to Jing at any time. Once the other party desperately attacked him, could Jing arrive in time? Nevertheless, the Sea Tribe's Venerable One did not make a move. Instead, he closed the spatial crack. Following that, beams of light appeared. They were all Dao-seeking realm demons of the Ocean Clan. Han Fei calculated. At this moment, he could see 17 cracks. This did not include the Dao-seeking great demons in the distance. Swish, swish, swish. In the dark void, Han Fei roared, "Hold on tight." Like an arrow of light, Han Fei stared at the space crack ahead and sprinted out crazily. Some peak-level explorers were even faster than Han Fei and tried to intercept him. Chirp! In Han Fei's eyes, an array condensed, and with a swish, Han Fei disappeared. Han Fei's previous invisibility array and breath concealment technique weren't good, but he had learned breath concealment from Tiger King for a while. After all, cats were naturally good at this. In terms of aura concealment, he was not the least bit inferior to human powerhouses. Therefore, Han Fei's performance at this moment stunned the peak-level Dao-seeking cultivator. Humph! Do you think this will work? Devour! In the void, a terrifying suction force suddenly burst out, which should be the opponent's law enforcer. If it was the opponent's law enforcer, it should be invisible and his strength would only soar. At this moment, even if Han Fei was invisible, it would be useless. After all, The art of devouring didn't care whether he was invisible or not. However, Han Fei grinned. I know the art of devouring too. Swallow. After 2 seconds, Han Fei finally saw the full appearance of the Dao-seeking state demon, which turned out to be a shrimp soldier. However, different from ordinary shrimp soldiers, this one seemed to be cooked. Seeing that the opponent's spear couldn't reach him, Han Fei twisted his body and suddenly disappeared. The shrimp soldier shouted, "This Sky Survey Golden Eagle knows the secret technique of space." When he passed the shrimp soldier, Han Fei grinned. Speed. One speed array after another was put onto him, and Han Fei's speed increased a bit. Seeing that the other demons at the peak level of the Dao-seeking state couldn't catch up, Han Fei laughed. I am a peak-level law enforcer. You C-clan people are so shameless to bully me. Nonsense. What kind of peak-level law enforcer can be so fast? You're a high-level explorer. A purple ribbon fish that looked like a sharp, long knife actually cast a secret technique, turned into a line, and rushed at Han Fei. But then the space trembled, and Han Fei twisted his body and flashed again. Han Fei sneered. In terms of escaping, the star teleportation technique could be said to be the strongest escape technique he had seen so far. Even if he could defeat the heavenly talents of the big clans before, he generally wouldn't attack the Yi family because he couldn't catch them at all. When he was in the 100,000 mountains, even though he was stronger than the Sky Swimming Falcon, it took him more than half a year to catch the Sky Swimming Falcon. This was the power of the star teleportation technique. 10 seconds passed in an instant, and some venerables of the Sea clan immediately found that something was wrong. Several venerables glanced at Han Fei and were shocked to find that there seemed to be a big problem with this Sky Survey Golden Eagle. The eagle was really a peak-level law enforcer, but its speed was too fast at that moment. Some venerables of the Sea clan realized that this might be the heavenly talent of the Shuemu heaven. Rip! A claw pierced into the void, trying to scratch Han Fei to death. Han Fei suddenly felt a chill in his heart and immediately activated the venerable token. An illusionary figure appeared in the air from the Highness badge. Jinger shouted, "Who dares to touch the people of the Shuemu heaven?" Rumble, a venerable of the Sea clan, immediately shouted, "Not good, it's peaceful. Kill this person." In the blink of an eye, Jing, Er's phantom collided with the venerable in the void. Before the phantom disappeared, she immediately shouted, "Insect Queen, attack!" Buzz! Buzz! The void was suddenly in chaos. Han Fei was already very close to the wall of flames, only less than 5,000 kilometers away, when he saw a flame spider suddenly rushing into the void. The void silk directly grabbed Han Fei. At the same time, for spider phantoms rushed in all directions. BM, 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 the void exploded. Han Fei didn't expect that even though the Insect Queen had issued a warning, these venerables of the Sea clan still attacked him. Why was that? According to his understanding of the Sea clan, they shouldn't be the kind of people who would casually start a battle between venerables. If they really started a battle facing the Insect Queen, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Jinger shouted, "If anyone from the Sea clan attacks again, the Sea of Flames will directly start a war." When facing Han Fei, Jing was like an ignorant girl. However, when facing these venerables of the Sea clan, Jing-er's strength was reflected. She would start a war at the slightest disagreement. This was more like the style of the Yin-Yang heaven. Swish! Han Fei was directly pulled to the other side of the extreme battlefield by the spider venerable. Vaguely, Han Fei also heard a cold snort in the void. The moment the venerables attacked, the creatures of the Shuemu heaven and the Sea clan on the extreme battlefield stopped at the same time. The strong masters quickly gathered, and the two sides were ready to fight at any time. Young man Shu was stunned. As a heavenly talent, he only had 3 feelings at this time. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? When Jing Came back to herself. She found that Han Fei was staring at the Tree of Flames in a daze. Young man, Shu hurriedly said to him via voice transmission, Han Fei, are you scared out of your wits? Why don't you thank the venerable heavenly spider for saving you? Han Fei came back to himself and looked at a giant spider covered in fire, with claws like red spears and wearing fire armor. Thank you, venerable heavenly spider. The heavenly spider asked, are you a human or a bird? Chilla. The void was torn apart, and Jing appeared in midair with puffed cheeks. Han Fei, why didn't you change back? Han Fei's bird body turned illusory, and then his body turned illusory, revealing his original human form. The heavenly spider looked at Jing. Jing said, he is a guest from the Yin-Yang heaven, Han Fei. The venerable heavenly spider stared at Han Fei's waist with several big eyes. Is he the Yin-Yang heaven envoy who met the queen? Isn't it his first day here? Jing looked at Han Fei helplessly. Yes. Isn't it your first day here? Why did you go to the sea beyond the Sea of Flames? Shu Xiaoman stood aside respectfully, not daring to speak, but thinking to herself, didn't you go to rob them? Han Fei smiled innocently. I went to the sea beyond the realm of ice to spy on the strength of the Sea Clan. So I killed dozens of sea spirit state sea demons and a Tao-seeking state sea demon on the way. Then I was hunted down and came to the Sea of Flames. Jing rolled her eyes at Han Fei. You're really bold, but you'd rather rush into the ice wall than the Sea of Flames. Who gave you such a lousy idea? As Jing spoke, she looked at Shu Xiaoman, which made Shu Xiaoman shiver. Han Fei quickly said, she didn't tell me, I just thought it would be more convenient to come to the Sea of Flames from the realm of ice. Han Fei was stunned. The old turtle was indeed up to no good. He even wanted to trick him into robbing the realm of ice's nest. That was really mean. If it weren't for the old turtle, a few peak-level explorers could have blocked his way. So what? He could have just rushed into the ice wall, and everything would be over. The heavenly spider Venerable said casually, Do you know why the Venerables attacked you? Han Fei shook his head. Why? The heavenly spider Venerable narrowed his spider eyes. Because they saw that you were a peak-level law enforcer who could rival an advanced explorer. If you were a Venerable, would you have killed them? Jing also said, Before we came, Her Majesty said that you were too impulsive this time. You're not allowed to have a handsome face. Also, you're not allowed to hide the venerable token. Han Fei was stunned. How could she punish people like this? The heavenly spider Venerable was taken aback. This kid seems to have an unusual identity. Her Majesty punished him? This was the first time this had ever happened. Shu Xiaoman looked at Han Fei dumbfoundedly. Was it not enough for him to meet Her Majesty? How great of an honor would that be? However, Han Fei's heart sank. Of course. He didn't know that being punished was also an honor. And this punishment was a bit harsh. It seemed that the Life Queen was determined to beat him with his appearance. How can I, Han Fei, succumb to a mere appearance? Han Fei didn't care and changed the topic. Well, may I ask if this tree is called a parasol tree? First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1185. When Han Fei was just rescued, he was shocked by the tree at first sight. Compared to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, this tree that resembled a parasol tree made his imagination run wild. It said that phoenixes inhabit the parasol tree. I've seen dragons too. Will there be a phoenix? However, to Han Fei's disappointment, Jing said, This is the fire tree. As for what kind of tree it was, that was a long time ago. Her Lady Queen said that there was a spiritual flame that engulfed this tree, causing it to burn for 10,000 years. Don't change the subject. The Queen said you're not allowed to go to the sea cavern to cause trouble. Since you've reached the peak and can't go any further, then hurry to the dark warport. Han Fei was speechless and thought to himself, This is the first day I've come to the Shuemu heaven. He didn't cause any trouble. Venerable Heavenly Spider said, "Wait a moment. Since you're strong enough, why don't you fight in the extreme battlefield first? Tell me first, how powerful are you?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "As I said, it's not a good idea, is it?" "Just tell me, can you kill an advanced explorer?" Jinger asked. Han Fei's mouth twitched. "I can't kill him. I'll deal with anyone who's below advanced level." The Heavenly Spider Venerable looked at Han Fei in surprise. "How many intermediate explorers can you beat?" Suddenly, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. He thought, if I kill a bunch of them now, I'll be able to kill them. Would there be a bunch of people looking for him when he went through the tribulation? Wasn't that just drawing hatred to himself? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Can I fight again after the tribulation?" Venerable Heavenly Spider shook his head. "It'll only benefit you if you challenge him now. Just now, you forced your way through the wall of flames, even though you weren't using your current appearance. However, if you show off your speed in battle and kill a few Tao-seeking realm demons first, you will be able to kill them. During the tribulation, they might be afraid and not send anyone to challenge you." Han Fei's eyes immediately lit up. Sure. Originally, Han Fei's purpose of coming to the Wadawood Heaven was to transcend the tribulation. After the tribulation was over, it would be fine for them to fight as they pleased. Han Fei looked back and asked expectantly, "How do I fight?" Venerable Heavenly Spider said, "You can try provoking them. You know how to provoke me, right?" Han Fei nodded. "Let me try," Jinger said. "This time, you can fight without worry. The Empress told me to watch over you until you successfully transcend the tribulation. After transcending the tribulation, you can do whatever you want." Han Fei staggered. "Do I still have to watch?" The speaker had no intention of speaking, but the listener had his own thoughts. Venerable Heavenly Spider couldn't help but look at Han Fei up and down again, wondering, is this person so important? Could it be that her Lady Queen wanted to communicate with the yin-yang sky? Shu Xiaoman, on the other hand, was full of envy and jealousy. Oh my God! Her Majesty actually asked Messenger Jing to protect Han Fei in person? How great of an honor was that? Han Fei thought to himself, in this case, I might as well go through the tribulation after the battle. Otherwise, it would be uncomfortable to be watched by the Venerable every day. After a while, it was an intense battlefield with swords drawn and bows drawn. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The powerhouses of the insect tribe and the sky tribe were ready to fight at any time. They were only waiting for the Venerable One's order. At this moment, Han Fei flew over from the sky. Shu Xiaoman didn't follow him, mainly because Han Fei needed to pretend. Before he arrived, Han Fei heard a group of insects buzzing as if they were quarreling with the sea tribe. Some of the sky tribe seemed to be quarreling with the sea tribe too. When he got closer, he found it was true. In front of the array, a bald, long-necked monster was growling. "You soft insects, come over if you have the guts. I'll swallow you in one bite." A large number of insects were buzzing wildly. "Bald head, I'm going to eat you. I'll gnaw your bones until there's nothing left. I'm going to crawl into your body and gnaw your internal organs. I'm going to scratch your head." Curses like these were overwhelming. Together, they were buzzing nonstop. The scene was like a swarm of flies buzzing in one's ears, making one's head explode. In such an intense and restless situation, no one noticed Han Fei at all. So, at this moment, he was standing on the back of a one-horned fire longhorn bull, hidden among the thousands of insects, and joined the cursing battle. Han Fei's voice was not loud, but it spread extremely far away. Han Fei shouted, "The sea tribe is a pile of fish sh*t, especially the venerable of the sea tribe. He's a fish sh*t among fish sh*t. Suddenly, the voices on the battlefield became a little lower. Who's so fierce? He scolded the venerable as soon as he came up? How could he be so bold? However, How could a group of insects and a group of birds be afraid of such a cursing battle? After all, the other party had a venerable, and so did they. Anyway, the venerable couldn't fight with them. So the insects buzzed. The venerable of the sea tribe is a pile of fish sh*t, fish sh*t, fish sh*t, for some reason. Han Fei suddenly felt that the insects didn't seem so scary and easy to fool. On the other side, a fire turtle roared, "Stinky insects, what are you shouting for? If you have the guts, come to me, and I'll burn you stinky insects." Han Fei made up his mind. He didn't like turtles recently, so he immediately shouted, "A 1,000-year-old tortoise and a 10,000-year-old tortoise? What kind of turtle are you? You're just a tortoise. Maybe the venerable of the sea tribe is a tortoise too." Many insects were taken aback, as he seemed to have a point. Immediately, a large group of insects buzzed. "Tortoise, tortoise." In the distance, the heavenly spider venerable was lost for words. Why do I feel that this kid is evil? Jinger was also a little stunned. I don't know either. The fire heavenly bull under Han Fei tilted its body, trying to see what the man standing on it looked like. The two long whiskers on its head waved, wondering, why is this human here? Why is he leading the way? Han Fei stomped his feet. "Stand still." Then Han Fei continued to shout, "I can slap 7 sea tribe members of the same level to death with one slap." All of a sudden, a shrimp soldier pointed his spear at the swarm of insects. "That human, it's you. You said you can slap 7 or 8 sea tribe members to death with one slap. You're just a peak-level law enforcer. Do you dare to fight me?" Many insects and birds looked at him in surprise. Did this human shout really come from him? However, immediately an insect roared, "Come on, stinky shrimp, let me stab you to death with my big horn. I, Chong-Woo, can stab you to death with one stab." A fire gull flapped its wings and shouted, "Damn shrimp soldier, I'll fight you one-on-one if you dare." However, Han Fei stomped on the ground, and the fire heavenly bull staggered. With a swish, Han Fei dashed to the front of the formation. Han Fei pointed at the shrimp soldier and then at the other sea demons on the opposite side. "I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about every single one of you here. You're all fish sh*t. I'm going to tear you apart. Do you see my crab pincers? I'm going to break you." Immediately, the sea tribe roared non-stop. Countless insects and the sky tribe were lost for words. "Human, do you know how fierce the battle in the Sea of Flames is? Don't you think before provoking?" An insect hummed to the insect next to it. "This man is not only ugly, but also not as smart as regular insects." In the air, a cold snort echoed. "Kill him." Han Fei recognized that it was the voice of the venerable who attacked him just now. Immediately, Han Fei added, "Why? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Including your venerable. They're all fish sh*t. The shrimp soldier roared, "Human, don't try to argue with me. Come and fight me if you can." Han Fei raised his middle finger at the shrimp soldier. "Who do you think you are? I can stab you to death with one finger. I can beat up 17 or 18 people like you with one hand." In terms of provocation, arrogance, and exaggerated acting skills, the sea tribe was no match for Han Fei at all. Immediately, a crab was so infuriated that its shell turned purple. The crab crawled out. "Human, I'm going to blow you up." Han Fei smiled in disdain. "Who do you think you are? I can beat 70 or 80 of you." Behind him, a large group of insects rolled their eyes, and the birds were speechless. "Wait, you're just a peak-level law enforcer. What are you bragging about?" A insect reminded him, "Human, don't be arrogant. There are no rules here." The heavenly spider venerable was also speechless. Doesn't he know that the insect race often fights in groups? Jinger said unconcernedly, "Oh, it's just 70 or 80 crabs. What's so difficult about it? Shu Shaoman stood aside, not daring to speak. She thought to herself, "You're venerable. Of course, it's not difficult for you. However, try it on an ordinary person. Not to mention 70 or 80, it would be extremely difficult for him to fight two of them at the same level. With his abilities, it would be great if he could fight a legendary creature at the same level." But as soon as Han Fei shouted, more than 30 crabs crawled out, all waving their giant pincers. "Human, come and fight me if you have the guts. Human, I've said it. Don't retreat. Human, if you dare to come, I'll clamp you to death." Ha ha ha, Han Fei laughed. "Just a few dozen stinky crabs and shrimps. Are there no strong masters in your sea race?" Han Fei's face suddenly changed. "I'm going to fight 100 of you today. I don't care if you are a legendary creature or not. As long as you dare to come, I dare to take you on. I've been seeking defeat all my life, and I'm already invincible in my realm. People call me Dugachiobai. If you can't even find 100 strong masters, don't even think about hurting me. You fish sh*t. Get out of the wall of fire from now on." The insects and birds on the water would heaven's side were stunned. Invincible in his realm? Dugachiobai? Never heard of it. The corner of the heavenly spider venerable's mouth twitched. "Jinger, is the queen sure she didn't choose the wrong person?" Jing blinked her eyes and said, "It sounds quite imposing." Immediately, some sea race members seemed to feel something was wrong. Some explorers glanced at Han Fei. Indeed, he was a peak-level law enforcer. But no matter what they thought, they didn't think that Han Fei was really capable of fighting 100 of them alone. Immediately, a peak-level, Tao-seeking great demon shouted, "Okay, since this human is so arrogant, let's satisfy him. Go 100 people and tear him apart." Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1186. Han Fei chuckled in his heart. "I'm rich. I should have come to the Sea of Flames earlier." In the realm of frost, he had only killed 50 sea spirits after stealing and robbing. But this Sea of Flames could kill a large group of them, although these creatures might not have any good treasures on them. However, if they were used to make hot pot, they would be extremely nutritious. It would be best if he could hunt 1,000 of such creatures. If he ate one a day, he would be unbelievably strong in 3 years. Behind Han Fei, the experts of the Insect Clan and the Sky Clan were puzzled. 1 against 100? Was this guy crazy? Only a few people knew that Han Fei was from the Yin-Yang Heaven. Could the people of the Yin-Yang Heaven be so fierce? When more than 100 sea demons roared and rushed into the battlefield, Han Fei stepped out, his eyes gloomy. "Let me be frank. This battle will not end until one of us dies. Whoever runs away, the venerable of the Sea Clan will be a piece of sh*t. Those Sea Clan creatures couldn't wait to rush up and tear Han Fei apart. However, the Tao Seekers and the venerables were all puzzled. What was this kid relying on? Immediately, the venerable of the Sea Clan shouted, "Heavenly Spider, Serenity, if you want to fight, you're not allowed to use any abnormal things. You can't use weapons that don't belong to you." Han Fei shouted, "Venerable, you don't need to agree. I, Han Fei, have painstakingly cultivated for more than 300 years. I think I'm at the top of the realm and I'm invincible among all the law enforcers. Why do I need to use external objects? I'll agree to it myself." Han Fei? Many creatures looked strange. Invincible among all the law enforcers? And you want to be defeated? Is this human being too arrogant? The venerable on the opposite side snorted. Bullsh*t. Your aptitude is less than 30 years. You've been cultivating for 300 years. Han Fei was speechless. Did he see through me at a glance? But I'm not flustered at all. I'm just bragging. The heavenly spider venerable shouted, "Okay, cut the crap. Let's fight. We'll fight to the death in this battle." The other venerable frowned. Is heavenly spider really confident? Or is he sending people to die? However, no matter how he thought about it, Han Fei couldn't win. Even if the other party was an intermediate explorer, it would not be easy to win against 100 peak law enforcers. Also, if one wasn't an explorer, their spiritual energy was limited. Even if he had a way to recover during the battle, it would be impossible for him to make it in time during such an intense battle. The sea race Venerable felt that his analysis was on point. He could feel that this person was not weak. He reckoned that Shui Mutian wanted to kill dozens of sea race experts at the same realm in one go to boost his reputation. In fact, the Sea Clan Venerable did not know Han Fei's background or what he had done in the past. Otherwise, he would not have made such a stupid decision. In the field, under the surprised gazes of countless people, Han Fei stepped on the burning sea and walked to the battlefield. Behind him, the experts of the insect race and the sky race were all shocked. Did Venerable Heavenly Spider agree? Could it be that this human was very strong? Could this be a war of attrition? All the experts in the Sea of Flames knew the goal of the sea race. That was to exhaust the experts of Shuemu Heaven. However, they couldn't figure out how Han Fei could survive the siege of 100 people. In the sky, Red Falcon and the other experts were all suspicious. It wasn't easy for someone from the Inyang sky to come here. Would the Venerable send him to his death? If he wasn't courting death, then how strong was this person? On the battlefield, Han Fei looked at the 100 creatures. Instead of taking out the embroidery needle, he took out Snowmorn. They were all food. How could he eat them if they were all broken? When Snowmorn was taken out, the sea race Venerable suddenly roared. A sea-quelling bizarre treasure! How can a law enforcer subdue a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? A sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Immediately, the 100 sea race creatures were shocked. How can a law enforcer have a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Are you kidding me? On the Shuemu Heaven's side, the insects all cheered after the initial shock. Han Fei threw Snowmorn into the air, and the latter immediately revolved around him. This shows that I'm talented. You're a Venerable. If you don't mind, I don't have to use it. Then, Han Fei took out the blood-drinking knife. I can use this too. Then, Han Fei put away Snowmorn. He didn't want to scare these people away. A big bird shouted, "Why are you putting it away? Use it." A bug buzzed. He was subdued by his own ability. "Why don't you use it?" Han Fei smiled casually. "Don't panic. I'll use it when I can't beat them." Han Fei immediately smiled. "Let's begin, shall we? I'm going to take action." As he said this, the void lines had already split apart. He activated the devil change, the phantom glass wings, and the body of war. Bam! The ground under Han Fei's feet exploded. He hadn't used the heavenly void divine walking technique yet, but his speed was still extremely fast, completely beyond the speed of a peak-level law enforcer. Sky-cracking spear, sea-shattering scissors, chaotic origin demon shield, fire element collision. Suddenly, all kinds of strange demonic arts were performed. The intense battlefield was dyed with a myriad of colors. A ball-shaped creature turned into a fireball and rolled to Han Fei first. It seemed to be proud of its sturdiness and wanted to smash Han Fei to death. Han Fei smiled and stretched out a hand. The infinity water wrapped his arm and condensed a cone-shaped spear on his arm. Bam! Pucci! At that moment, Han Fei clearly sensed a terrifying rebound force. But so what? The golden light of the art of invincibility flashed, and with a Pucci, the ball-shaped creature was directly poked into pieces. Even if the enemy had the immortal seal, they couldn't use the void lines. Hiss! A one-horned, longhorn beetle said in shock. He punched through the fish of round fog. A big bird was surprised. He punched through it? What's that golden light? A beetle shouted, "Good! Good job!" After one strike, dozens of creatures had surrounded him. All kinds of power of laws seemed to be tearing Han Fei apart. A black-shelled turtle actually mastered the law of gravity. Han Fei turned his hand, and a terrifying gravity descended. Under the heavy pressure of no laws, dozens of creatures staggered. But Han Fei seemed to be completely unaffected, and wherever the blade passed, flames flashed. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie clang, clang. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. There were actually 3 creatures who blocked his attack that was comparable to that of a junior explorer. However, 7 or 8 peak-level sea spirit creatures died in a single strike. This had already dumbfounded all the creatures present. The explorers were all shocked. What a strong physique! The black-shelled turtle turned into a black shield and shouted, "This person's physique is amazing, comparable to my hard armor. Let's attack together." In an instant, the strong masters who were about to rush over all stopped. On his body, white light flashed and merged into one. Han Fei narrowed his eyes, and a golden fist mark smashed the oncoming black shield. At the same time he flashed into the air. Han Fei roared, "I have a knife that can defeat 1,000 soldiers." The terrifying spiritual energy in Han Fei's body was suddenly sucked dry. He used the draw technique and slashed through the void, heading straight for the white light array. Swish! Swish! Such a terrifying knife slashed only 3 meters deep in the white light, causing the white light to dim slightly. However, this knife was easily blocked before it could do anything. Ha ha ha! A Sea Clan, Dao-seeking, realm monster laughed. Ha ha ha! Human, is this your knife that can defeat 1,000 soldiers? Han Fei looked solemn, and from the fish tide, spears pierced through the air one after another. Every blow was extremely fierce and seemed to be a blow with all his strength. Han Fei roared and rushed straight at the fish tide, blasting out golden fist marks one after another. The terrifying spears were all shattered by Han Fei's punch. However, when the golden fist marks bombarded the fish tide array, they could only make a hemispherical pit and were immediately blocked. Han Fei's face was livid and solemn. He seemed to be shocked by the fish tide. Countless insects and the Sky Clan roared, "Use the sea-quelling bizarre treasures! We can't fight the fish tide head-on." The heavenly spider Venerable frowned slightly. Is he doing this on purpose? Jing didn't look worried at all. He's acting as if he really can't beat them. Young Shuman looked at this scene in a daze. This was already very strong, except for the fact that Han Fei didn't take advantage of his speed. Those fist marks were extremely terrifying. However, when she thought that Han Fei could kill 9 sea spirit powerhouses in an instant and Han Fei's terrifying roar, it seemed that Han Fei was indeed pretending. Han Fei sprinted and roared, "I am invincible in the same realm. You want to stop me with a mere fish tide? Then I'll tear this fish tide apart." In an instant, the 2 sides were within a kilometer of each other. However, at that moment the void twisted, and Han Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. "Where is he? Where did he go?" A member of the Oceanid race shouted. "That brat wouldn't have run away, right?" Some insects were dumbfounded. What kind of technique is this? Oh! All of a sudden, a deafening roar blasted a big hole in the fish tide. All the living beings could only see a group of strange creatures with huge bodies stomping on the void and roaring at the sky. Puff, puff, puff. At that moment, Han Fei actually twisted the space and went inside the fish tide. The sea creatures within a kilometer of Han Fei all bled from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. In the scattered white light, the sky was full of Han Fei's afterimages. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, more than 50 ordinary peak-level sea spirits were killed one after another. Their eyebrows were split open by a knife. In Han Fei's view, the so-called peak-level sea spirits were all ordinary unless they were legendary. This person is the Sky Survey Golden Eagle, just now. On the side of the sea creatures, a Venerable was furious. Then a shark man appeared in the void. However, faster than the Venerable of the sea creatures, Venerable Heavenly Spider and Jing appeared. Venerable Heavenly Spider's voice was cold. Since this is a gambling battle, the battle has already begun. Do you still want to take action? The insect clan, the sky clan, and countless creatures of the sea creatures were all dumbfounded. They had never seen such a weird battle technique before. Those were all peak-level sea spirits. As if cutting melons and vegetables, most of them were killed in an instant. Many insects fell into the water. Is this a human being? He's so strong. Idiot! The venerable of the sea creatures said that this is a sky survey golden eagle, not a human being. It turns out that he's a bird, and the Sky Clan was also dumbfounded. What? A law enforcer bird can turn into a human being? Why didn't we know that? A big bird, what looks like? Impossible. Our Sky Clan doesn't have a sky survey golden eagle, like Dugachobai. The Red Falcon shouted, "He is a human being, but I don't know how he turned into one of the Sky Clan." The other venerable shouted angrily, "Okay, Heavenly Spider. Serenity, did you trick me? Are you arrogant because there has been no war in the Sea of Flames for a long time?" Chapter 1187. Faced with the questioning of the Sea Clan Venerable, Jinger said triumphantly, "Who told you to be stupid? If the Shuemu Heaven really had such a peerless heavenly talent, why would I send him here to die?" In the battlefield, the surviving oceanic race beings all unleashed their strongest attacks. A crab's claws shattered and condensed half of its life into a blow, trying to tear Han Fei apart. A golden man stepped in the void, clasped his hands, and violently tore apart the peak blow, condensed by essence blood. A blood-red spear shattered the void, trying to pierce Han Fei. The void twisted, and Han Fei had already appeared beside the shrimp soldier. The white knife stabbed in, and the red knife came out, killing the shrimp soldier with one blow. Puff! 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 It was a one-sided massacre on the battlefield, and all the insect race and sky race beings were completely dumbfounded by the sight of it. Wasn't this beating a little too violent? A longhorn beetle touched its big horn with its toes. It felt that Han Fei could break its big horn by force. Some eagles couldn't help but retract their sharp claws. They felt that if their claws clasped on Han Fei, they would probably break. The fire essence giant turtle was still trying to hit Han Fei with its huge turtle shell. However, as soon as it hit Han Fei, it froze inexplicably. A bunch of void lines were clasped on its body. How could it move? The Sea Clan Venerable was shocked. This human is so strong. However, he's only a peak-level law enforcer. His physique is unbelievably strong, and his means are changeable and complicated. He can control the power of space, gravity, and unparalleled speed. The point is, how can a peak-level law enforcer absorb a large amount of spiritual energy and energy from the void without limit? In the field, Han Fei opened his mouth, and the billowing spiritual energy and energy were swallowed by him easily. Therefore, as long as his realm was high enough, it was no longer necessary to absorb spiritual energy from fish. Now Han Fei had infinite spiritual energy. Puff! 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 When there were only 7 or 8 legendary creatures left, a Sea Clan member shouted, "Self-destruct at any time." Hearing this, Han Fei couldn't bear it. He activated the agility of wind. However, Han Fei wasn't going to fight. He was going to pick up all the creatures that had been slaughtered. All the creatures. Han Fei roared, "You Sea Clan, how dare you destroy my food? Go to hell!" Hiss! Many members of the sea race sucked in a deep breath. They had fought to this point, and this human still wanted to eat? For a moment, many sea race beings were terrified. It was not easy for him to cultivate to the peak of sea spirit. If he were to be eaten just like that, just the thought of it was a little horrifying. After all, they were no longer the ordinary, chaotic, and ignorant sea creatures. After picking up the food, Han Fei looked back and grinned. "Are you going to blow yourself up? Let's see who's faster." As soon as he said this, the creatures were terrified. Some of the living beings tried to self-detonate, while others tried to split off a wisp of their divine soul to escape. As the void twisted, Han Fei had already attacked at full speed. How could these law enforcers compare to the speed of a peak intermediate explorer? The void constantly twisted, and with a pung-pung-pung sound, terrifying explosive waves immediately swept out in all directions. However, among the 100 peak-level sea spirits, only 3 legendary creatures succeeded in self-detonating. The rest were all stored in Forge the Universe as food storage. Han Fei thought to himself, "After this battle, I'll sell the large number of ordinary creatures I collected before. In the future, I'll eat peak-level sea spirits. Once upon a time, how powerful were the 8 wings of Blue Feather." But at this moment, they had become Han Fei's food. So far, only 5 years had passed. The whole audience was silent. The insects stopped buzzing, and the sky race was a little horrified. Was there going to be a heaven-defying master among the humans? Those who knew Han Fei's origin were amazed. What kind of place is the Yin-Yang Heaven? It's said that there is only one human race there. Are the people there so cruel and ferocious? The Yin-Yang Heaven is really terrifying. The sea race, Venerable, seemed to be on the verge of exploding. 100 peak-level sea spirits were all killed in this battle. This was the fastest and heaviest loss on the Sea of Flames battlefield in hundreds of years. The shark Venerable shouted, "I don't care who this person is. In this life, he can no longer become an explorer. Otherwise, he'll have to live in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree for the rest of his life." Suddenly, Peaceful said, "Han Fei, hang up the sign." Han Fei was slightly taken aback. Is this also part of the deterrence? He couldn't help but smile. "That buck-toothed Venerable, yes, it's you. Let me tell you, in a few days, I'm going to have a tribulation. The place of the tribulation is in the Dark War Port. You're welcome to visit." Wow! When Han Fei finished all this, under countless gazes, a token appeared in his hand. Until this moment, Han Fei leisurely hung the Venerable token on his waist. Wow! When the Venerable token appeared, the pupils of the sea race Venerable suddenly constricted. Venerable token? Peaceful's Venerable token? Peaceful was an extremely special existence among all the Venerables in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. How could her Venerable token appear on Han Fei? While the insects and the sky race were all shocked, Peaceful smiled slyly. "You guessed right. Han Fei is the next king's servant that Her Majesty wants to cultivate." Wow. King's servant. Wow. Who is Han Fei? Why haven't I heard of this person before? Oh my God, is Her Majesty going to recruit a king's servant? For a moment, everyone in the Shuemu Heaven was in an uproar. The entire Cloud Sea Divine Tree knew that Peaceful was the only king's servant. And now, the Queen was going to recruit a king's servant? Didn't this mean that Her Majesty liked Han Fei very much? But in the ears of the sea race Venerables, these words exploded like thunder. Others might not know, but how could they not? In the entire Shuemu Heaven, Peaceful might rarely participate in battles, but in terms of combat power, she was probably the strongest Venerable in the Shuemu Heaven. Han Fei looked at Peaceful in astonishment, and the latter smiled proudly. "So do you know? If you don't have any ability, how can you serve Her Majesty?" A few days later, let's see who dares to come to the Dark War Port. Although Peaceful was usually naive and sweet, how could someone who could become a Venerable be a fool? Han Fei wanted to be a king's servant? What a joke! Her Majesty was a woman. Han Fei, a man, wanted to be a king's servant? He was beautiful. However, the sea race didn't know that. Han Fei had the Venerable token, and he slaughtered more than 100 peak-level sea spirits today. This achievement was bound to shake the sea race royal city. But Han Fei had a bad feeling. What the hell is a king's servant? Didn't they say that I could shock my opponents by fighting them today? Then, I can safely transcend the tribulation? What the hell is a king's servant? Even the heavenly spider Venerable looked at Peaceful in surprise. Didn't they say that they would help Han Fei transcend the tribulation? As a king's servant, how could the royal city tolerate it? They would definitely send a top heavenly talent to snipe Han Fei. However, as if she didn't see anyone's gaze, Jing asked with a smile, Han Fei, do you still want to fight? Immediately, many sea creatures shrank their bodies. What the hell are you talking about? A person chosen as a king's servant could kill 100 experts of the same realm. How could they fight her? Courting death? Do you think we're stupid? Peaceful said leisurely, what Tao-seeking state? Mid-level sea monsters? Actually, we can fight them. Right, Han Fei? The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. There was a saying in this world that beautiful women couldn't be trusted. Just now, she pretended to be sweet and innocent and vowed that she would help him transcend the tribulation. The Venerable's heart skipped a beat. If that's the case, everything makes sense. The so-called provocation was fake. The Life Queen really wanted to test Han Fei. Since it was a test, it meant that the Life Queen also attached great importance to Han Fei, thinking that he could resist the heavenly talents of the royal city. Immediately, the Venerable snorted coldly. In that case, a few days later in the Dark War port, I'd like to see if this boy can transcend the tribulation safely. Retreat for now. The sea creatures retreated. As for the hundreds of peak-level sea spirits who died, stimulated by such news, they were temporarily put aside. If they could kill a character like Han Fei in the Dark War port, so what if 100 peak-level sea spirits died? In a sense, the value of Han Fei alone far exceeded that of countless peak-level sea spirits. Once Han Fei successfully transcended the tribulation, if he hid in the cloud sea divine tree and cultivated until he reached the venerable realm, then the sea creatures would inevitably face a new great enemy. Besides, the venerable token had been given to Han Fei. In a sense, it could be said that the Life Queen had already treated Han Fei as a venerable. Such a character, no matter how many sea spirit state creatures were exchanged for, it was worth it. After the sea creatures retreated, Han Fei was about to ask Jing, or what she meant. However, with a buzzing sound, a huge number of insects surrounded Han Fei. Han Fei! Han Fei! Han Fei! The Sky Clan landed one after another, looking at Han Fei curiously. An insect asked, Han Fei, how did you become so strong? A big bird asked, Han Fei, why can you turn into a sky survey golden eagle? It's always us who turn into humans. I've never heard of a human turning into a sky survey golden eagle. An insect buzzed, Han Fei, is your physique harder than my big horns? Han Fei. As for Shu Xiaoman, after witnessing the scene of Han Fei fighting 100 enemies alone and winning, huge waves had already been set off in her heart. When Han Fei hunted the sea spirit state powerhouses in the realm of ice, it could be explained as a sneak attack. However, today's battle was a real head-on battle. It was a real head-on battle, but Han Fei was still able to win, which showed how strong he was. At this moment, Shu Xiaoman felt that Yu Chen's defeat was justified. Even Venerable Snow might not have such a combat power before. Shu Xiaoman even wondered if Her Majesty was really going to train Han Fei to be her servant. After half an hour, when Han Fei crawled out of the endless insects with messy hair, the heavenly spider Venerable and Jing were nowhere to be seen. Only young man Shu stood there in a daze. Han Fei immediately asked, where is Jing? Shu Xiaoman's heart sank. Sure enough, Han Fei had regarded Messenger Jing as an equal. He even called her by her name. This should be the pride of a top heavenly talent, right? Shu Xiaoman said with a sullen face. Messenger Jing said she would go back first and wait for you to go back to cook. Han Fei didn't feel good. Eat. This woman only knows how to eat. Damn. Why can't I be safe wherever I go? I just want to go through the tribulation quietly First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1188. When Han Fei returned to the Flying Feather Tribe, it was already night. As soon as he returned to the department, Jinger said to him telepathically, "Come and cook in Shue's yard." Han Fei said to young man, "I'm going to cook." Of course, Shu Xiaoman didn't receive the voice transmission. After all, she was a law enforcer at the peak, so she didn't have the chance to have a meal with the Jing messenger. Shu Xiaoman, okay, I'll go back first. Do you still remember the way back? I remember. There's a map. In Wushang Shue's courtyard, there were only Jing, and Wushang Shue. Wushang Shue family. Han Fei came. The corner of her mouth twitched as she thought to herself, should I leave? However, the hot pot and barbecue were indeed delicious. Seeing Han Fei, Jing's eyes lit up. Come on. Didn't you catch so many creatures today? Get me a few of the best quality, hot pot and barbecue. Gloomily, Han Fei took out the barbecue grill and the pot. He searched for a moment and picked out a legendary lobster. The lobster was still burning. As soon as the prawn appeared, Wushang Shue pointed his finger at it, and a layer of frost formed on its body. Wushang Shue suppressed his anger and said, "Take out a 20-meter-long lobster. Do you want to set the Cloud Sea Divine tree on fire? Just savor the taste of the food. It's so big, are you too good for nothings?" Jing giggled and hugged Wushang Shue's arm. Aya, a big head meant a lot of meat. Also, it's a legendary one, so the meat must be good. Han Fei quickly dismembered the shell and said unhurriedly, Jing, I've been betrayed too thoroughly, haven't I? I sense an ominous aura coming from you. Jing said nonchalantly, the queen said that you have the bearing of a king. If he was afraid of transcending a tribulation, then what was that? Don't worry, I'll hold the line for you when the time comes. Grab some delicious ingredients and bring them back. Han Fei thought to himself, I was going to wait until the tribulation is over. I'll make a delicious meal, at least a few dozen dishes, to reward you. Now, let's eat hot pot and barbecue. For the past 3 years, I've only been eating hot pot and barbecue. I'm determined not to cook anything else for you. The two venerables just watched Han Fei slash like water. His understanding of lobster was almost to the extreme. The two of them couldn't help but secretly recorded in their hearts, thinking, from now on, Shui Mutian will have another great delicacy. While cutting the translucent meat, Han Fei said, Venerable Snow, I have a lot of materials here. Do you want them? Wushang Shue was stunned. What material? Han Fei immediately threw out hundreds of swallowing seashells and said, Here they are. These are the resources that I've worked hard to save over the years. There were all sorts of functions, combat skills, and a huge pile of materials. I've lost count of them myself. I just want to exchange for something good. Looking at the hundreds of swallowing seashells, Wushang Shue was stunned. How many things did this guy rob? He probably did this a lot in the Yin-Yang heaven. Jing asked in surprise, Is there anything to eat inside? Han Fei shook his head quickly. No, they're all materials. They're inedible. Jing immediately lost interest. That's boring. Go out and sell it yourself. Wushang Shue scanned the area with his perception and felt unwell. She found that many swallowing seashells were stuffed with various weapons of the sea demons. Golden harpoons, golden battle suits, piles and piles of them. Of course, in addition to those sea demon weapons, there were all kinds of ores, a large pile of demonic stones, and thousands of combat skills and cultivation techniques. Wushang Shue suddenly froze, grabbed a swallowing seashell, pulled it out with one hand, and a 10,000-year-old big red trunk, more than 10 meters long, appeared in her hand. Jing didn't even bother to look at it, but when she saw the big red trunk, she was stunned. A 10,000-year-old big red trunk. Han Fei was also stunned. Did Wushang Shue and the others know about this thing? This material is not of a high level. As for why this part was in the sea swallowing seashell, it seemed that it was used to build a house, and then a piece of leftover material was thrown in. Wushang Shui couldn't help but look at Han Fei. Where did you get this tree? Han Fei couldn't help asking, is there anything wrong with this tree? It's just a material for an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. It shouldn't be of a high level, right? Wushang Shui immediately said, you don't understand. You don't understand the layout of the waterwood sky. There are 2 royal cities here, but in fact, the other royal city is called the Blood Sea Divine Wood. The tree is the city, and the city is the tree. The layout is somewhat similar to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. However, the way it grows is slightly different. The Blood Sea Divine Wood is not that big, only more than 300 kilometers above the sea surface. However, its seeds can grow this kind of big red trunk. Therefore, more than 300,000 kilometers around the Blood Sea Divine Wood are full of this kind of big red trunk. There lives a kind of fish called Millennium Snapper. Well, it's also a cultivation, holy land for fire tribute creatures. Han Fei's pupils constricted, and he suddenly remembered a name, Yang Ruoyun. Han Fei couldn't help asking, then what's the use of this tree? I have a whole one here. Huh, a whole one. Seeing that Wushang Shui and Jing were a little stunned, Han Fei couldn't help but scratch his head and say, actually, not exactly. I also use some of them, such as building houses, making weapons. I use some of them. Building houses? Immediately, Wushang Shui wanted to slap Han Fei to death. Are you using the big red trunk to build houses? Han Fei said in a daze, it's just a tree. What's wrong with using it to build houses? Jing stretched out her hand and said, hand over the big red trunk. Immediately, Han Fei thought to himself, wait, does this big red trunk have any value that hasn't been discovered yet? Immediately, Han Fei said, let's talk nicely. Don't rob me. Jing said helplessly, it's not me who wants it, but the queen. Han Fei didn't notice. Perhaps because no one had ever robbed him of something, he immediately said, but the queen has to pay. Bam! With a thud, Han Fei fell to the ground. It wasn't Wushang Shui or Jing who attacked him, but a force that appeared naturally in the air directly pressed him to the ground. Hey, 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 I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Then the queen's voice leisurely sounded in the small courtyard. As a body cultivator, what you lack most is the baptism of energy. I'll give you an immeasurable fruit in exchange for this big red trunk. Han Fei felt that the pressure on his body was gone, and he jumped up with a shiver. He looked around but didn't see the Life Queen anywhere. However, he was shocked. Immeasurable fruit? The water fairy seemed to have told him about this immeasurable fruit. Heaven and earth are boundless, and the surging energy can give birth to a kind of spiritual fruit in the void, called the immeasurable fruit. This is definitely a good thing. Han Fei immediately nodded. I've really made a fortune this time. In the past, he thought that this big red trunk took up so much space that he almost built all the ships. If I had known this, I would have dug up all the big red trunks in the level 3 fishery. Damn it. With a thought from Han Fei, 2 sections of a tree, more than 500 meters long, were carried side by side. He had to fly over the courtyard to carry them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough space in the courtyard. With a shake of the void, the 2 sections of the big red trunk were gone. Then he heard the Life Queen say, what else? Han Fei chuckled and took out 2 more small sections, which added up to about 300 meters long. He didn't know that this thing was so valuable. If he had known that a big red trunk could be exchanged for an immeasurable fruit, he wouldn't have used half a branch of it. When the 300-meter-long big red trunk was swept away by the void, Han Fei immediately patted his chest and said, Your Majesty, don't worry. Later, I'll find a chance to go to the Blood Sea Divine Wood and take a few more for you. Okay, this fruit can't be used by law enforcers. Otherwise, you'll be stuffed to death. After saying this, the Life Queen fell silent. A reddish-green fruit descended from the void. Han Fei grabbed it delightedly, only to be stunned. Isn't this just a fig? Wait. Han Fei's pupils constricted, and a string of information appeared. Name, immeasurable fruit, introduction, a demonic plant in the pioneer sea state. It gathers the energy of heaven and earth, is contaminated with a wisp of chaotic energy, and contains a trace of Tao. Before comprehending the Tao, it cannot be eaten. Otherwise, it will explode and die. Level, none, quality, ultra quality, quality, one wisp of chaotic energy. Effect, if eaten directly, it will increase a lot of spiritual energy and obtain a huge amount of energy of heaven and earth. It is ineffective for creatures above the king level and can be eaten repeatedly. Wow. Han Fei took a deep breath. This thing was definitely of a high level. However, it seemed that he couldn't use it now, although the Supreme Yin Yang will seem to have some Tao. However, that was a combat skill, which had nothing to do with comprehension. In any case, he still didn't know what Tao Aura was. Besides, what was chaotic energy? Was it an energy of a higher level than spiritual energy? Whatever. Han Fei felt that he had made a lot of gains this time. The more unusable it was, the more advanced it was. Ordinary items were no longer of much use to him now. He was short of such top-level treasures. However, Han Fei was slightly puzzled. Wasn't this immeasurable fruit born from the chaos? Could it be that the water fairy tricked him? That shouldn't be right. The water fairy had no reason to trick him. Or could he add that it was born from the chaos of a pioneer sea state powerhouse? As for Shui Mu Heaven, they only had 2 sea expansion experts. One was the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. But the Cloud Sea Divine Tree seemed to only grow in height, not fruit. Then Han Fei couldn't help but wonder. The Life Queen, a fruit that grew on her own? Could the Life Queen be a plant? Han Fei immediately confirmed this idea. The Water Fairy was also a plant. Who said plants couldn't turn into humans? Oh my God! Han Fei made up his mind, although he didn't know what the Life Queen wanted the big red trunk for. However, this thing was definitely good stuff. If he had the chance, he would definitely dig up a few more. Anyway, Forge the Universe was big enough for now. The second update, asking for votes, end of chapter. Chapter 1189. After the transaction with the Life Queen was completed, Han Fei chuckled. Well, Venerable Snow, do you still want to exchange these resources? Wu Shang Shui said leisurely, you're late. Most of my resources have been given to Yi Chen. He's about to enter the Tao and needs resources. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Jing, who blinked. I stay in the Divine Palace every day. I don't need resources. Han Fei, however, Wu Shang Shui said, you want to quickly liquidate the resources you have in order to transcend the tribulation and exchange them for something useful, right? Han Fei nodded quickly. Of course. If it weren't for the tribulation, I wouldn't have taken action now. This is the Waterwood Heaven. After all, I'm wasting my resources here on someone else's territory. Wu Shang Shui said lightly, well, since it's a deal, you ask for what you want first. Han Fei's eyes lit up, and he thought, good idea. Han Fei immediately said, what I want is actually very simple. For example, this candle dragon blood, fateful holy grass, level 3 soul crystals, ultra-quality energy fruits, the flesh of venerable level sea demons. Stop. While Han Fei was counting, Jinger looked at Han Fei with a complicated look. Don't count. Her Majesty said that the most terrifying thing about the heavenly tribulation is the terrifying energy that can obliterate vitality. So, energy fruits and candle dragon blood are useless to you. Leave everything here, and Her Majesty can give you 10 drops of the water of the spring of life. Han Fei, Wu Shang Shui looked at Jing in shock. These things are worth 10 drops of the water of the spring of life. Han Fei was about to ask, what the hell is the water of the spring of life? How many years did I have to save up for just 10 drops? However, after hearing Wu Shang Shui's question, he immediately realized something. The Life Queen just from the name alone. Must be related to life. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Jing, what's the effect of the water of the spring of life? Jing was also a little surprised. Effect? 1 drop of the water of the spring of life can prolong one's life for 100 years and can bring the dead back to life. Of course, that's when the soul hasn't been obliterated. In addition, life can repair spiritual veins and polish the foundation. So, strictly speaking, all the materials you have here can probably be exchanged for 5 drops of the water of the spring of life. Han Fei was surprised to hear this. However, he was also very conflicted in his heart. I've accumulated so many years of things, but in the end, I can only exchange them for 10 drops of that so-called water of life. Seeing Han Fei's silence, Wushang Shui said, It is your great fortune that Her Majesty values you so much. As for Jing, she said, well, Her Majesty the Queen said that there are 5 extra drops. Each drop is equivalent to 10 Dao-seeking realm demons. In other words, you owe Shuimu Heaven 50 Dao-seeking realm demons. You've really gotten off easy. 50 Dao-seeking realm demons could be exchanged for 5 drops of the spring of life. If others were to find out about this, they would probably go crazy. Han Fei was a little dumbfounded. Am I that rich? However, Han Fei thought to himself, I really don't need anything special now. Weapons. He had 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures, an ultra-quality divine weapon, the blood-drinking knife, and a high-quality divine weapon. So he didn't lack anything. He didn't take out the spirit awakening fluid. He was still thinking that he had to help the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and the others make breakthroughs as quickly as possible. He had a lot of spiritual spring water and spiritual fruits. However, since he had a level 9 spiritual heritage and learned the war body, it seemed that his demand for spiritual energy and energy was not very strong. However, just in case, he still had to stock up. In the future, if he had extra, he could sell it to the public. However, now that things had come to this point, how could Han Fei not make the exchange? Han Fei thought to himself, I'm not bragging. In these sea-swallowing seashells, there were more than 300 low-quality divine weapons and more than 60 mid-quality divine weapons. If he had the 100 battles divine hammer to refine all the materials, he could refine about 30 mid-quality divine weapons and more than 300 low-quality divine weapons. Just this portion alone was an astronomical figure. It was not something that could be exchanged for with money. Not to mention that Han Fei had ultra-quality materials that could almost arm thousands of people. Of course, Han Fei still chose to trade without hesitation, because judging from the reaction of Wushang Shui and Jing, the value of the spring of life was more than all the resources he had combined. When a glittering glass bottle suddenly floated out of the void, Han Fei felt a little heartache. At least 80% of his wealth was exchanged for 10 drops of the spring of life. All of a sudden, he felt shabby. Han Fei immediately took the bottle. This thing is really precious. In the future, I'll use it drop by drop. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't use a single drop. He just glanced at it, but no information emerged. But Han Fei didn't panic. At least it could be used as a life-saving secret treasure. After a moment, Jing was eating hot pot happily, and Han Fei was calculating all the resources he had left now. First of all, he hadn't taken the heavenly heart pill that old Bai gave him yet. It was said that it could increase the success rate of passing the tribulation by 30%, which should be good. Secondly, 80% of his wealth was exchanged for these 10 drops of the spring of life. 1 drop could prolong his life for 100 years, which was very precious. It was even more expensive than the heavenly heart pill. In addition to these 2, Han Fei found that he only had 3 things left: spiritual spring water, spiritual fruit, and spirit awakening fluid. At night, when Han Fei returned to his residence, he was a little absent-minded. After walking a few times, he felt that he had gone the wrong way. After confirming with the map several times, Han Fei scanned with his perception and saw Shu Xiaoman, who was cultivating. However, at this moment, Shu Xiaoman was swimming on the vines of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. The longbow in her hand, like a butterfly, circled around her body and wandered. Swish, swish, swish. The arrow stream was extremely fast, and Han Fei couldn't help but be a little surprised. What a familiar archery technique! Hiss, shadowless arrow stream. Han Fei's eyes widened. Damn, isn't this shadowless arrow stream of Diwu Haiguang? Suddenly, Han Fei's body stiffened, and he had a very bold guess in his heart. Diwu Haiguang seems very handsome. He seems to be on the same level as Zhang Xuanyu. Could it be? That guy is from the Shuemu heaven? If Diwu Haiguang is from the Shuemu heaven, then when did they go there? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Yes, the gatekeeper is the leafless tree, and the leafless tree is a demonic plant of the Shuemu heaven. It originally believed in the Life Queen. Then, wouldn't it be very easy for the Shuemu heaven to arrange people to go to the Yinyang heaven? Why do I feel that the Shuemu heaven and the Yinyang heaven have always been separated? With a thought, the longbow appeared in Han Fei's hand. Swish, swish, swish. The war soul archery technique was also a battle archery technique. Although it was not as good as the Shuemu heaven in terms of technique, it was definitely not weak. However, it wouldn't be so fast. At this moment, Han Fei used it, which immediately made Shu Xiaoman vigilant. Who is it? Swish, swish, swish. In Han Fei's perception, Shu Xiaoman's arrows formed a line, and the archer's hand almost turned into an afterimage. Unfortunately, Shu Xiaoman's strength was much worse than Diwu Haiguang's, and the strength of each arrow was inferior. From Han Fei's point of view, Shu Xiaoman couldn't be ranked on the heavenly talent list of the 1,000-star city. However, even if it couldn't be ranked, it was probably outside the top 10 or even within the top 100. After breaking the War Soul archery technique, Shu Xiaoman looked at Han Fei, who was rushing over from a distance in surprise, and couldn't help but say in surprise, "You also know battle archery?" Han Fei said lightly, "As a soul warrior, isn't it natural for me to know battle archery? But what kind of battle archery is this? It looks really powerful." Shu Xiaoman said, "This is one of the unique skills of our Shuemu Heaven's battle archery, called Shadowless Arrow. In fact, the strength of your arrows just now was very strong, but they were too slow." And when Han Fei heard this, he immediately narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, Diwu Haiguang is from the Shuemu Heaven. Then he thought about the Sea Cloud Tower, which ranked at the bottom of the 7 academies in the 1,000-star city. Sea Cloud Tower, Sea Cloud Divine Tree? Han Fei immediately narrowed his eyes. Oh my God, it turns out that the people from the Shuemu Heaven have already infiltrated the Yinyang Heaven? And they even became one of the 7 major academies? No wonder the Sea Cloud Tower had always been very low-key. I'm afraid it's not that they want to be low-key, but that they are a little incompatible with the people from the Yinyang Heaven, so they can't be high-profile. However, did old Han know that the Sea Cloud Tower had repeatedly helped him and the Thug Academy? No matter if they knew or not, he had to be careful and not trust them too much. Han Fei! Han Fei! Hearing Shu Xiaoman calling him, Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Oh, you are fast, but you can't crush my slow arrows, can you?" Shu Xiaoman was slightly taken aback and said doubtfully, "Because you are strong." Han Fei smiled and didn't say anything. "So, what's the point of just practicing speed? If you are a little bit stronger now, your overall strength will definitely improve by 30%. But even if you are twice as fast, it's still not very useful in the face of body tempering." This was just like the Yi family in the 1,000-star city. They had the heavenly void divine walking technique, so their speed was unparalleled. However, their real combat power was really worrying. Han Fei's words made Shu Xiaoman tremble slightly. "What I lack is strength." Han Fei curled his lips. "What you lack is energy, and you lack a physique that can burst out stronger energy. In essence, your physique is too weak." Seeing Shu Xiaoman stunned, Han Fei thought to himself, This girl has been following me for a day. She's doing her best. Therefore, Han Fei couldn't help but remind her, if you can't practice body tempering now, find a way to find a spiritual fruit that can change your physique. Although it can't double the growth of your physique, it's not a big problem to increase it by 20% or 30%. Think about it yourself. I'm going to sleep. The third update. Please vote. I'm going to tell you everything. Prepare for the tribulation tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 1190. The next day, when Han Fei woke up, he found Shu Xiaoman sitting on a leaf not far from his house. Seeing that Han Fei had gotten up, Shu Xiaoman pulled a long vine and landed in front of Han Fei with a vigorous posture. Han Fei wondered, didn't you understand? Shu Xiaoman said very seriously, I know what you mean, but I'm not in a hurry. I will cultivate to the peak of law enforcer until I can't do anything about it. Then I will go through the tribulation. Han Fei shrugged and said, if you don't strengthen your body, I'm afraid that tribulation won't be easy. Shu Xiaoman stuck out her tongue and asked curiously, did you sell all the treasures you got to Lord Snow yesterday? Han Fei was stunned. Didn't I sell them to the Life Queen? However, on second thought, Han Fei wondered why a king kept making deals with him. So, Wushang Snow acted as the actor of this deal. However, Han Fei wondered, how do you know? Shu Xiaoman said, it's all over the world. Lord Snow said that our Flying Feather clan has got a lot of resources and is going to hold a large-scale market trade in the Flying Feather clan. At that time, all the creatures on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree will come. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Those things I have are not enough to sell. At most, they are enough for a few thousand people. What are all the creatures in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree going to do? Shu Xiaoman's eyes widened, and the corner of her mouth twitched. You sold the things of thousands of people alone. Han Fei shrugged. I guess so. However, after one day, Shu Xiaoman finally knew that it was impossible for a person like Han Fei to be poor. From the realm of ice to the sea of flames, he never spat out anything that he could put in his pocket. Even when fighting, he didn't forget to fish out corpses. However, Shu Xiaoman didn't expect that Han Fei was so rich. The resources of one person were enough for thousands of people. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? Shu Xiaoman reminded him, I'm still here to remind you. You don't want to go to a large market. At that time, thousands upon thousands of living beings would fill up the area within a 500-mile radius of the Flying Feather Command. Also, the static messenger said that you need to go to the Fearless Barrier yourself, so she won't wait for you. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, has she already gone? Shu Xiaoman shook her head. I don't know. I think he did. Han Fei asked again, what about Venerable Snow? Young Tree Man continued to shake its head. How can I understand the actions of the Venerable Ones? So, are you going to the Dark Warport today? If you want to go, I can accompany you. Although Han Fei still wanted to see what the large market looked like. However, even if he wanted to, he didn't have any money on him. Apart from the necessary resources that he still kept, he could be said to have gone bankrupt overnight. On his second day in the Wadawood Heaven, everything went surprisingly smoothly. It could be said that on this day, the Life Queen had contacted him almost 3 times, and he had no idea why. Now, there were only a few treasures left on Han Fei, and he had no more so-called property accumulation. However, this also made Han Fei realize a problem. The good treasures in this world were far more advanced than he thought. Once upon a time, a mid-level divine weapon was a fatal threat. Back when he broke through the Demon Forest Channel, the era when a few mid-quality divine weapons scared the opponent so much had passed. Han Fei didn't even know the so-called good or bad ones anymore. A worthless 10,000-year-old big red trunk was exchanged for a top-level spiritual fruit, the immeasurable fruit. 10 drops of the so-called spring of life had caused him to go bankrupt, and he even owed the other party the heads of 50 Tao-seeking realm beings. Han Fei immediately made a decision. Let's go to the Dark War Port. The Dark War Port was the most chaotic battlefield in the Waterwood Heaven. It was mainly composed of the seaborne grassland. It was said that a thick layer of seaweed was spread out for more than 200,000 kilometers. Han Fei stood on the easternmost branch of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, looking into the distance. The giant sun was floating in the sky. However, the spiritual energy here was restless, and there was demonic energy everywhere. Han Fei immediately narrowed his eyes. Young Tree Man, you go back. I'll go there myself. Young Tree Man said, You go to the Fearless Barrier by yourself. I'm going to the Guardian Alliance. Han Fei asked, Huh? Young Tree Man nodded. Follow me. After another teleportation array, Han Fei and Young Tree Man came to a seaborne grassland. Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that there were many thick roots on the seabed here. Some of the roots even floated out of the sea. Under the seaborne grassland, everything looked dark. Humans, the Sky Clan, the Insect Clan, and the Tree Demon were scattered everywhere. There were all kinds of big seagull-like birds flying in the air. Occasionally, a big bird would stand on the thick seaweed on the sea surface and hunt. Then he continued to fly out of the sea. There were insects digging in the pits on the seabed. These insects digging nearby were not strong, and most of them were not hidden fissures. In Han Fei's perception, there were very few humans within 1,000 kilometers, only a few hundred. This meant that the humans should be in the sea thousands of kilometers ahead. Even the Tree Demon was moving forward slowly. Although it was not fast, it was very powerful. It looked as if a forest was moving underwater. Young Tree Man said, Let's go forward. The Guardian Alliance is composed of the 4 clans. Normally, he would stay here most of the time. Today, it's a bit unusual. The two flew for about 5,000 kilometers, and Han Fei had already sensed a large number of creatures of various clans who seemed to be fighting fiercely. Swish, swish, swish. Countless people shot with bows, and the arrows burst at the bottom of the water. Seagulls and eagles skimmed over the water from time to time, grabbed a big fish or squid and tore it on the spot. Compared with humans and the Sky Clan, the Insect Clan's fighting style was quite unreasonable. The black swarm of insects, all hidden fissures, was like an army passing through. Wherever they passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. At this moment, it seemed to be the beginning of a round of war. When Han Fei and Young Tree Man arrived, they saw that a large number of sea demons were retreating, and only a few were still struggling underwater. However, their fate was obvious. They were either dragged away and eaten by the Insect Clan or caught and eaten by the Sky Clan. Young Tree Man said, The Sea Clan is not stupid. The defense line of the Insect Clan and the Tree Demon is the most difficult to break. Therefore, those who cross the Fearless Barrier will only launch a charge when there are at least enough fish to form a big tide. At this moment, someone shouted in front, Gather! The sea spirit state creatures can already cross the Fearless Barrier and pass through the dark water, which means that there is a problem ahead. Everyone gather quickly. Chirp! Just as the man shouted, a raven flew back from a distance, shouting, A large-scale explorer-level battle has broken out on the Fearless Barrier. Rear, prepare! A one-horned insect shouted. Spiky beetles in the front, razor centipedes in the bottom of the sea. Other insects eat. In the sky, the Sky Clan was a dense mass. A human expert shouted, Get ready, the upper water is under our control. Don't let any sea spirit state creatures pass. In Han Fei's perception, the branches of those slow-moving tree demons had begun to grow crazily. In the rear of the battlefield, they almost formed a wall. In other words, even if the humans, insects, and Sky Clan were breached, the tree demons would still be there. Han Fei didn't expect that a large-scale battle would break out on the second day he came to the Waterwood Sky. It seemed to have something to do with him, didn't it? Han Fei was wondering if he should participate in this battle. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Han Fei, here!" Han Fei looked at the source of the voice, only to see a group of people he didn't know. Those people were mostly wearing blue clothes and didn't seem to be from the Flying Feather clan. Shu Xiaoman said, "They're from the Blue Smoke clan. They're good at illusions and have strong spiritual power. Let's go there." "I don't see anyone from the Flying Feather clan. They shouldn't be here." As soon as Han Fei and Shu Xiaoman landed, countless eyes looked at them. The person who shouted just now looked at Han Fei with a smile. "It's true that seeing is believing. Just now, I recognized Brother Han at a glance." "Ha ha ha." Han Fei's face darkened. How did he recognize me? Han Fei turned his head and looked forward. "What's the situation now?" Someone said, "It's mainly because you killed too many people yesterday. Your identity as a king's servant candidate was revealed, and you threatened to undergo a tribulation. Therefore, the sea race has directly responded today and has already launched 2 attacks." Someone interrupted. It said that some prodigies from Monarch City have taken action. The battle has already begun on the fearless battlefield. Han Fei's eyes narrowed. "Because of me?" Han Fei was speechless. The Sea clan started a war just because he was going to have a tribulation? Someone from the Blue Smoke tribe chuckled. "It doesn't matter if it's you or not. As long as someone transcends a tribulation, there's bound to be a war. Especially those who choose to undergo tribulation in the dark war port. The sea race will treat them with even more caution." Han Fei said solemnly, "Should I go to the Fearless Barrier first?" Young Shuman replied, "The Fearless Barrier is still far away. Someone from the Blue Smoke tribe said we should wait." The seaborne grassland between the Fearless Barrier and the Defender League was also known as the Dark Water. No one knew how many sea demons were hiding among them. If you go now, there will be a large number of sea demons blocking your way. Han Fei smiled contemptuously. "It doesn't matter. In any case, I've already killed over 100 sea spirits, so why would I care about killing a few more?" Everyone, a raven flew by. "Wow, this is Han Fei. Han Fei, do you need a ride?" Han Fei laughed. "That's unnecessary. I don't care about the battle in the rear. You can fight however you want. I'm going to transcend the tribulation." After that, before young Shuman and the others called out, Han Fei swished and disappeared from everyone's sight like a stream of light. Someone from the Blue Smoke tribe sighed. "The strong are really strong. There's no reason to cross the dark water because no one can beat him." Young Shuman shook her head. "Yes, when you reach a certain level, the number is meaningless. Even if all the sea spirits in the dark water join forces, they are no match for Han Fei." First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1191. Han Fei's speed was not very fast. This so-called dark water area was actually a relatively large geographical area and an extremely complex undersea forest pattern. So many sea demons could hide here. In other words, because of the Fearless Barrier, many sea demons would choose to break through to the sea spirit realm in the dark water area after crossing the Fearless Barrier. Similarly, in addition to the human race and the Sky Clan, the Insect Clan and the Tree Demon would also take root in the dark water area. The two sides often fought against each other in secret. Therefore, the dark water area was actually extremely rich in resources, which was very suitable for training. This was also the tacit understanding between the Sea Clan and the Shuemu Heaven. This was a trial ground for the sea spirits, or law enforcers of both sides. Puff! 7 spiked spears pierced over from multiple directions, but it was a sea spider. It seemed to see that Han Fei was alone and not fast, so it attacked Han Fei. The space around Han Fei twisted, and he disappeared without a trace. The sea spider suddenly shrank its claws, knowing that it was not good, and hurriedly tried to escape. "You want to run away after fighting? Aren't you not giving me any face?" Puff! 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 At that moment, a large number of poisons sprayed out from the back of the sea spider. However, something horrifying happened. Han Fei didn't even dodge, but walked to its front with a smile. "Wait, I can't move." Han Fei clicked his tongue. "Thank you for your poison." Just now, Han Fei felt that the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect moved and officially entered the level 50 level. From this moment on, the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect was equivalent to a hidden fisher insect. It was a pity that this level was still a little low in Han Fei's eyes. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. It was not that little gold and the nine-tailed mantis shrimp were growing slowly, but that he was growing too fast. His second purpose in coming to the Shuemu heaven was to raise the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and the others to the law enforcer realm. At that time, a group of legendary contractual spiritual beasts in the law enforcer realm wouldn't be buried. However, the body of the spider in front of him was trembling, and its soul was in fear. After its soul was controlled, it felt that its vitality was also rapidly disappearing. Han Fei stared at the spider for a while. Seeing that its body was shrinking rapidly, he immediately stopped stealing lives. Pooh! After killing the sea spider with one slash, Han Fei frowned slightly. How did I learn the heaven-stealing technique into the life-stealing technique? Most importantly, he didn't even know how long his lifespan was. Anyway, the conversion rate doesn't seem to be very high. Han Fei was helpless. He wasn't planning to be like Li Tianshan, sucking people dry for no reason. Who knew if anyone was watching him at this moment? In his heart, the old turtle's voice resounded. "Boy, this is a great technique. Although it doesn't seem to be of much use to you at the moment, it is still a life-prolonging divine technique. What are you trying to achieve by hiding it?" Han Fei sneered in his heart. Don't you know what I'm guarding against? Han Fei discovered that these reincarnated experts could devour other people's vitality. For example, the Thug Patriarch had forcibly swallowed the vitality of the second patriarch of the Zhang family, which made his own strength rise to a higher level. For example, when this old turtle first appeared, the peak-level explorer could only be slaughtered by him. Most of his vitality was taken away in an instant. It could be seen that the stronger the person, the more unconventional means they had. Although this heaven-stealing art was extremely powerful, he didn't have a clear perception of vitality yet. Therefore, Han Fei didn't know where the vitality he stole went. If these vitality were eaten by the old turtle again, wouldn't he be raising a tiger in his bosom? Han Fei said, "Shut up. Don't even think about the vitality. Otherwise, don't blame me for trying to kill you." The old turtle said in a low voice, "How can I covet your little vitality? I'm immortal." Han Fei shouted, "Shut up, immortal my ass." On his way, he killed hundreds of ignorant creatures. Finally, he saw the first tree demon after 100,000 kilometers. It was a weird tree demon rooted in the dark water. It was more than 300 meters tall. It didn't have many leaves, and its body was dark green. Because the branches were twisted, it gave a scary first impression. In his eyes, information emerged. Name, Fearless Tree Demon. Introduction. This is an intelligent spiritual plant bred from the fallen roots of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. It has an inherited combat skill, Void Divine Spike, which is extremely destructive and comparable to a high-quality divine weapon. When it encounters an invincible strong opponent, it can use its only soul skill, Soul Parasite. Once it succeeds, it can devour the soul of the host and die with the host. Level 76 Quality Exotic Spiritual Energy 143664 Realm Tao Seeking Combat Skills Void Divine Spike Soul Devouring Demonic Vine Soul Parasite Absorbable. Remarks: spiritual plant creatures have no demonic heritage. They are all in the Meridian Opening Realm and have no demonic heritage barrier. Han Fei understood the so-called fearless barrier when he saw this fearless demon tree. In Han Fei's perception, there were 8 such fearless demon trees within 1,000 kilometers. How many were there within 10,000 kilometers? What about within 100,000 kilometers? Therefore, the so-called barrier referred to these fearless tree demons. If a Tao-seeking expert dared to break into the Dark War port, it was very likely that they would die together with the enemy. Of course, except for experts of the same level. The fearless tree wouldn't care about creatures below the Tao-seeking level. For example, even if it saw a sea spirit, it would probably turn a blind eye to it and leave it to the creatures of the water-wood heaven. Han Fei even wondered if there was a fearless tree demon in the Venerable realm in this fearless barrier area. In that case, the Sea Clan Venerable probably wouldn't allow him to die with a tree, would he? Han Fei immediately asked, "Senior, where is the battle ahead?" An old face appeared on the fearless demon tree, and a vine extended in one direction. "Over there." "Hugh." Han Fei sped up this time. There was no need to stay here. It was only a matter of time before he passed the tribulation. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it as soon as possible, in case there were endless wars because of him. The front of the fearless barrier was also the end of the sea prairie. At this moment, the grand sun was floating in the sky, and thousands of kilometers away from the sea prairie. The wind was surging, and the clouds were surging. Terrifying roars and explosions were echoing non-stop. When Han Fei arrived, countless senses swept over from all over the void. "Huh, is this Han Fei? He came quite fast. Is this the new generation of king's servants? He doesn't look very good. Huh, die." All of a sudden, Han Fei saw a spear light piercing through the void. Wherever it passed, the void was shattered and full of red cracks. On the tip of the spear, a big blue bird with thunder patterns was pierced, and there were flashing electric sparks on its body. Someone shouted, "Is there no one in the water-wood heaven? How can such a low-level creature be on the battlefield? I can kill it with one hand." In Han Fei's perception, a green half-mermaid was standing proudly in the void, wearing a blue and silver scale battle suit. However, different from the half-mermaids he had seen before, this half-mermaid had turned into a human form and had legs. Except for the characteristics of a mermaid, it was basically no different from a human being. On the battlefield at the front, hundreds of explorers of various clans were standing in the void. On the battlefield, there were a few people standing on the water-wood heaven and the Sea Clan side. They seemed to be having some kind of gambling battle. At some point, Yu Chen suddenly appeared beside Han Fei. "You came today?" Yu Chen was speechless. "This guy just fought with me yesterday, but I was punished to come to the fearless barrier yesterday." Just one day later, Han Fei arrived again. Seeing Yu Chen, Han Fei smiled faintly. What a coincidence! What a coincidence! Yu Chen didn't know Han Fei very well. He looked at the battlefield. "Do you know who came to challenge today?" Han Fei looked puzzled. "How would I know?" Yu Chen took a breath. "People from the royal city are here. They just arrived today. The people you see now are all the top heavenly talents of the royal city. They came here to force you to fight." Han Fei wondered, "Force me to fight?" Yu Chen nodded. "Yesterday you killed more than 100 sea spirit realm powerhouses in the Flame Sea Array, vowed to transcend a tribulation, and are rumored to be a king's servant candidate. The royal city must pay attention to you." Han Fei frowned. "How is the battle going?" Yu Chen shrugged and said, "As you can see, the Shuemu Heaven has lost 2 battles in a row. The Thunder Sparrow, a junior peak-level explorer, was killed by the enemy with 1 shot. Han Fei took a breath. "How strong is that person?" Before Yu Chen answered, the half-mermaid stepped in the air, holding a blue spear, and looked down at the people of the Shuemu Heaven. "I heard that there is a peerless heavenly talent in the Shuemu Heaven, who is invincible in the same realm and killed more than 100 peak-level sea spirits. I, Yu Wangyu, ranked 89th on the heavenly talent list of the Baibei Royal City, have come to challenge this boastful number 1 heavenly talent of the Shuemu Heaven." Bam! A 6-legged worm blasted the water surface. This worm had a strange shape. It had 6 limbs, stood like a human, and carried 2 irregularly shaped sledgehammers with both limbs. The worm shouted, "Scumbag from the royal city, I'll blow you up with my sledgehammers." As it spoke, the worm's sledgehammers jumped into the sky and spun crazily. Like a dragon sucking water, seawater poured into a pillar and soared into the sky. Clouds rolled in all directions, and in the mist, Han Fei saw a rotating mountain falling from the sky. Although it was not as powerful as the sacrificing punch, it was much stronger than the 9 Mansions dragon seal. The force of this blow could reach 100 waves. However, Yuan Yu smiled contemptuously. As I said, I am a powerhouse on the heavenly talent list of the royal city. On the heavenly talent list, everyone can fight above their level. How dare a peak level law enforcer come here? Are you looking down on me? Go to hell.